Okay, morning and welcome to day 2 of Diverse Games Festival. Hope you had a great day yesterday. We had some awesome talks and Stuart finished strong. Hope you enjoyed the networking events. So for people who weren't here yesterday, just a couple of housekeeping notes is, as far as we know, there's no fire alarms planned. If there is, then you can kind of make your way to the All Saints Park. If you need any help, the runners have a pink armband. There are kind of bathrooms on this floor and alternate floors as well. And if you've got any questions, then there may be some goodies again. I don't know if Kenny's going to launch them into the audience like Stuart. But yes, hopefully we'll have some time for a couple of questions.
My goodie is in my bag.
We'll dig out that bit.
I completely forgot about the goodie. You can remind me later.
Okay, cool. So we'll get started. So our first speaker today is an 8-time Academy-nominated sound designer, composer, interactive audio consultant on games such as Media Molecule's Little Big Planet and Tearaway franchises, and Team Asobi's Astrobot Games, which was nominated for a BAFTA just the other night as well. So
and won 5?
Won 5. He's a passionate member of the game audio community and started the website GameSound.org in 2005 as a resource for those who aspire to work in or learn more about interactive audio.
Hasn't been updated for 2 years.
So here to discuss how he creates cohesive music experiences for games and explores aspects of cultural representation in work, please welcome Ken Young.
Hello. Thanks, Satish, for the lovely introduction, and also a heartfelt thanks for inviting me. I've had such a lovely time at the festival so far, meeting cool people and having great conversations, so really nice to be able to kick off day 2, bright and early. I'm going to be talking about creating cohesive music experiences for games. Hope you like my audio person clip art, non-AI generated logo I made just for you. What I mean by cohesive, it's a couple of things. It's cohesion between the disparate bits of music in the music experience in the game, but it's also cohesion between the music experience and the wider player experience. So this is basically a music direction talk. I just want to start by addressing a fundamental. It's kind of 101 and basic, but what is a composer? And I don't just mean what does a composer look like. For me, as someone studying the Western classical tradition, that would be someone like, I was a violinist originally, be someone like Beethoven. And if you think about it, they're writing what I would call music for music's sake. It's not entirely accurate, but Beethoven would be making a world for you to inhabit and enjoy. And it's important to understand that an ability to do that doesn't necessarily translate to an ability to actually make a music experience for a game or a film or a TV show. These are independent skills, and you can be good in one and not in the other. And in many respects, I started my career, not in many respects, in every respect, I started my career not as a composer. I was a sound designer. That's how I got into the industry. And I came to music, albeit as a musical kid and with a musical background. I wasn't a composer, and I came to it more through kind of music direction. And I would say, I kind of demonstrated I was good at music direction and helping to make music fit a game bit before I ever discovered that I was actually good at being able to write music. And actually, if I'm being honest, I think there's part of me is definite imposter syndrome with being a composer, because it was never an aspiration of mine. I still think of myself first and foremost as a game developer and someone who makes audio experiences for games, and I just so happen to do whatever it is that I can to help out in a project to make that happen. Briefly on my background, I'm going to start with I love this sequence of images. This is me on the left and my big brother Finley. He's got the guitar, he's so cool. I think I might quite like a shot on the guitar. Can I? Nope, don't touch it. Give me a shot. Eat the wall. And then mom or dad intervenes and gives me a criminal haircut and the guitar. So yeah, I was a musical kid. I studied traditional violin repertoire, so classical music, and also traditional Scottish, a little bit of Irish, and some Appalachian folk music on the fiddle. That's kind of my sort of musical heritage, if you like. And then I was on track to be a performer. I was starting to make money semi-professionally, playing fiddle tunes to American tourists in Edinburgh at expensive hotels. There's whole stories about that. As much as I loved making music with other people, I wasn't that comfortable doing this, standing in front of people, playing an instrument and being the center of attention. So that wasn't really, I wasn't cut out for that. And so there's a little bit of an existential crisis that happens when you're a musical kid and you realize that you don't want to be a musician. So it's a little bit awkward, but I was hunting for something that could take advantage of all those skills. And for me, studying music technology, trying to combine my love of digital media creation on computers and my sort of musical interests, that introduced me to working creatively with sound. And sound's my first love, really, professionally speaking. But I'm not talking about that today. So that's one of my challenges, is not just talking about how amazing sound is, but sound's amazing. I really want to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it. So I then studied a master's degree in sound design down at Bournemouth at the media school there. And best thing about that was it allowed me to get a demo reel together, being able to collaborate with animation students at the National Centre for Computer Animation down there. And it also really imparted on me the importance of collaboration, studying the greats of film, sound, and music of the 20th century, not just, why these were amazing experiences and why they were exceptionally good, but also the context within which they were made and the relationships between the composer or sound designer and the director, and often people like David Lynch, been thinking a lot about recently in the wake of his death, but he was also, as well as collaborating with people like Alan Splett and Anne Krober, he was a hands-on sound designer on his films, so he was cutting sounds, and so, surprise, surprise, that's exceptional, and he has entire schools of sound named after him. We talk about Lynchian room tones in sound design circles. So yeah, the one person doing it all is kind of like the ultimate collaboration, so that's an exception, but ultimately, if you want to do the good shit, you need to work with other people. And that was a really important lesson that stood me in good stead for the rest of my career. So my first job was at Sony's London studio. I wasn't doing music at this point, so I'm not going to dwell on my time here, but the high-level stuff is I worked on a wide variety of things. I kind of think of it as game dev bootcamp fast-track scheme, where I was really busy. I was working on family-friendly games, action-adventure games, things that aren't even games like iToy Chat, which I'm sure you all remember. It's more like an application. Big teams, small teams, different team cultures, personality types, all the rest of it, and that was just really foundational for me for the rest of my career. I did write a few random bits of music there, but it wasn't something I was pursuing. It was just like, I was just helping out, and people asked me to write bits of music. The main thing I think I took away from it, though, what this cryptic image means is this represents music licensing, which is quite hard to personify in an image. But it's a very social thing. As a junior sound designer, I did not have my own studio with the sweet knobs and faders and the surround sound setup. It was I was in the corridor outside the studios on headphones, and I was sat next to a chap called Martin Hewitt, who's a music licensor at Sony. They had their SingStar game, which was a kind of karaoke. Don't use the K word. It's a singing game. Don't know why. I always find it really weird that it was a marketing thing. And yeah, so he was just like, the success of SingStar meant Sony needed their own music licensing department, and that was kind of new in games. And it's, in AAA that's maybe de rigueur now, but back then that was kind of, interesting. And it was because of the success of SingStar. And so I'm sat next to this guy who's, having witty bants with, music publishers and record labels, how's the family, all that, all day, every day, and I'm trying to concentrate. So on the one hand, it was kind of annoying, but also, partly through osmosis, I'm just actually sucking up all this information about the music licensing process. And not just from eavesdropping, also from, obviously being workmates and finding out about his job and seeing it from both sides, which was just amazing insight. I was on these projects, I'm seeing the music licensing decisions being made from a creative point of view, and then I'm seeing the sort of the behind-the-scenes actual process of how you make that happen. Again, that was just serendipity that I got that, but it stood me in good stead because the next, after I left London Studio, amazing first job in the industry, but the upside was all those projects. I learned so much, but the downside was all those projects. Shipped 6 or 7 games in the 3.5 years I was there, and I probably worked on 2 or 3 times that, doing a lot of dialogue, recording and editing for Sony first party and second parties, games published by Sony, support. So what I wanted and what I learned from my time at Bournemouth was how important collaboration was, and I really felt like I was just getting what we call coverage on those games, stuff that needed a sound, had a sound, but there wasn't a great deal of sort of creative direction going into that. And so leaving to join Media Molecule gave me my first taste of being responsible for the entirety of an audio experience in a game. And so this is kind of where this talk sort of properly gets started. Little Big Planet was a family-friendly platforming game with user-generated content, sandbox, physics level editor built in that you could build your own levels and share online with the Little Big Planet community. And when it comes to tackling music direction for this game, I kind of started, I was given a massive leg up by the fact that when they announced the game, they'd already licensed this piece of music, which is Get It Together by the Go team. So some of you will have heard this 1,000 times, apologize. That induces special feelings in me for numerous reasons. That track was picked by someone called Rex Crowell, who was one of the artists at Media Molecule at the time, but also was actually quite heavily involved in the conceptual side of like what is Little Big Planet, who is Sackboy, and all these sort of interesting and ridiculous sort of things you think about when you're making a game. And Rex is particularly talented at that, much better than me, I would say. He's, because of his strength as a conceptual thinker, he's really able to identify bits in music that fit a project like a glove. I want to be Rex when I grow up, basically. I'm just going to do some analysis on that track to give you sort of a level of understanding of the kind of things I'm looking at when trying to pick bits of music for a game. Although this is sort of reverse engineering aspects of this are things I did speak to Rex about. It's worth noting that that was an early build of the game. I didn't work on it. I can't take any credit for that. But I was really excited to join Media Molecule because, I was just really inspired by how well this. One of the reasons I was excited to join the company. It was an amazing presentation. It was full of charm. This was at GDC 2007 when they still used to do game announcements, and I was just blown away by it. And I really wanted to just join this team. And a couple of months later, I was lucky enough to find myself working there doing that. So. On the one hand, I was slightly intimidated because I knew I would never be able to find a bit of music that actually fitted the game as well as that. So here's my take on why that works. This isn't a criticism, it's an observation, but it's got really quite amateurish production, like the drums are distorted. That's a creative choice. It's not done because it's through incompetence. It's part of the sound of the track. And that and the fact that these are not virtuoso musical performances. They're really quite simple. It sounds like they're quite childlike. Those two things together, the amateurish sound and the sort of simple performances, give it, some of that childlike wonder and a bit of a handmade vibe. And for me, this might be a British thing, but there's really strong cultural associations between the recorder and certainly primary school education. When I think of the recorder, I can smell the Milton disinfectant fluid from that brown recorder. It's like that's in there. And there's things that weren't in that clip, but for example, there's little backing vocals in that track at times which are hinting at this idea of a group, and that seems really fitting for a game that's about community and sharing and people. And of course, in terms of fitting the gameplay, which is like this, as you can see, it's like chaotic multiplayer. There's a history in platforming games of having bangers and tunes that are earworms, and that's. This being sort of evolutionary for me, that's kind of what I'm now known for in my work on Little Big Planet and most recently Astrobot. So the other reason I wasn't super intimidated by that, even though it's incredibly difficult to find a bit of music that's going to fit a project as tightly as that, on tick all these boxes, super impressive. Again, all thanks to Rex's amazing talent at that. But one of the reasons I was inspired by that and not worried about it was that typically when you're working a game, this is the kind of bit of direction you want to come up with in pre-production that you then roll out across your project. But Little Big Planet, because of the user-generated content aspect, it really needed diversity and it needed a library of music, because if all this stuff sounded the same, when people were building their levels and they're going to this library, it's not got much utility if there's too much homogeneity there. So I was kind of relieved that the gig was actually to just find a bunch of different stuff. So Little Big Planet had a round-the-world story kind of thing in its story mode. And so realizing that, it was like, okay, so we want music from around the world to reflect that. And I started to come up with basically a list of rules of how we were going to make this music fit the game. And if I'm really honest, part of that was also, I joined this company, I'm the new guy, and I'm getting bombarded with like people's suggestions for licensed music tracks, like we should have this, oh, this is great. And so a lot of it was good, but of course, in there is this sort of thorny issue of these are bits of music that people like, and yeah, aspects of them fit the game, but was this something that had universal, did it make sense to a lot of people, or was it just these people's personal tastes? And there was a lot of personal taste in there. So me coming up with like an annoying list of rules was really, in large part, this was my way of dealing with this like onslaught of creative input. So it's, in some ways, it's trying to like take control of the situation, but also it's an effort to make sure that the music, irrespective of where this is coming from me, or coming from suggestions from Sony's music licensing department, or coming from people in the team, that it's trying to go through this filter to make sure that it was going to fit the game. So try to go through this quickly, but basically it's like, and this is literally like a list I would send out to the team. I was like, look, it needs to do all these things, because if it doesn't, it's going to cause problems. And so just to explain that, no two tracks from the same genre. So that's obviously about extending this library of tracks, so it's got the most utility to the community when they're using it. If there's two heavy metal tracks, you've kind of denied the potential for another genre that could be useful to someone else making a different kind of level. It had to come from the cultures that inspired the game. And I know that sounds obvious, but that's not where Media Molecule were thinking about it. I think they were, they were just like, wanted all their favorite artists to go into the game, which you can completely understand. That music licensing, with the budget associated with it, like there's a cachet for like getting tracks, and it's like, I picked that one, and trying to like make it focused on the game and not just that was really important. No more than two tracks from the same culture. That was actually just about the fact that in the story mode, each section of the game had 3 main path levels. So the way I viewed it, it was a licensed track, a bit of interactive music, and then another licensed track was kind of the shopping list of what we needed. So there literally wasn't space for more than 2 tracks from the same culture. And that was also an attempt to stop us just having a bunch of US and UK artists in the game. It was to try and actually match our game, which had this journey around the world going on in it. Trying to avoid stereotypes was important, and not because I was trying to like blow people's minds about the different kinds of music that there are around the world. It was, in all honesty, that was actually about the original music in the game. The brief for that was going to be that music was going to be more cultural stereotypes for that music from those cultures. Certainly in terms of instrumentation, I wanted to reserve those sounds for the original music so that that brief was doable, and that meant the licensed music had to be doing something else. And as a consequence of that, it meant that there was just a lot of really interesting music that was hybrid music and mashup music, but that also fits into Little Big Planet's kind of mashup aesthetic visually and in the design. Avoiding well-known artists was a big one. Everyone wants to have, whatever in there, not realizing that that's going to cost hundreds of thousands of pounds. So not going with big names means you can get something affordable, which is important. We were a small indie developer. Media Molecule is now known as a Sony first-party studio. We were a startup, and Sony were our publisher. So despite, this is a conversation with the pub, but like I could have spent a lot of money and Sony would have paid for it, but of course then we've got to recoup against that. So trying to be pragmatic with the budget was important. But also, by not going for well-known artists, it actually allows us to find new music we've not heard before, and that is much easier to evaluate whether music's fit in your experience when you don't have an emotional connection to it. And that was like the main reason that I sort of had this process, was to avoid sort of personal emotional connections to stuff. Because like, we're not Quentin Tarantino, and the audience aren't necessarily looking for deeper meaning in our choices. So having like justified choices was important to me. Favoring instrumentals over songs, and again, that's just about increasing the utilities. Lyrics can be very specific, and that reduces the utility of the track. So there are songs in there, but they tend to be refrains rather than full-on songs. And if they are songs, the tracks are generally, the majority of it's an instrumental with lyrics that are in there, and the tracks are quite long. So again, trying to avoid tracks that are less than 3 minutes. 3 is a magic number in terms of repetition. You go less than that, when the track loops, it starts to be a little bit too familiar. So there's that, and then also the size of a track has no effect on the cost with licensed music. So a 10-minute track costs you the same as a 1-minute track. So pushing towards Again, utility for the library was important. So that was Kenny's list, and basically that put everyone else off making suggestions, which wasn't, as a control freak, that was great, but also that's not good because you want your collaborators to be involved in the process. And it went from seemingly everyone in the team having ideas for the licensed music to really the same sort of core group of 2 or 3 people really contributing, which was great. I really appreciated that help because it's a lot of work trying to find stuff that fits the game really well. And that's why the licensed soundtrack in Little Big Planet ended up being the way it is, basically. Yeah, I've covered this. So these are it's the album art for a bunch of the licensed music in the game. I would love to sort of go through it all and talk a bit more in detail, but there's not time for that. But this was a really successful project. Little Big Planet was really known for its licensed soundtrack. It was a talking point. I was really proud of that, and I put that down to this process of trying to find ways to make the music fit the game. I listened to thousands of bits of music. I was given, at the very least, I know for a fact I still had like all the music I was sent by Sony at the end of the project, and there was a couple of thousand bits of music sent by them. I was also doing my own research, and this is pre-streaming as well, so we're talking CDs and like MySpace if you're lucky, possibly some piracy sites. But yeah, huge amount of work over many months trying to find music for this game. And it'd be remiss of me not to talk about the elephant in the room, which is that the game got pulled from the shops because this track, Tafaniang by Toumani Diabate, who's a Grammy Award-winning artist from Mali in Northwest Africa, there was a couple of quotes from the Quran in his track, and I wasn't aware of that. I think it's fair to say, and actually in truth, even if I had been, I wouldn't have known, in my ignorance, I wouldn't have known that would have been offensive to some Muslims. The issue was that the game had come, so we were done. It shipped. It was literally not in the shops, but in the stock room, apart from in countries where they don't respect street dates. So I think, if memory serves correctly, it was in Saudi Arabia, people had bought it and were playing it, and in Islamic culture there, the quoting from the Quran, which is the word of God, in entertainment, and that actually includes music, but certainly in video games, is deemed to be offensive and blasphemous. And obviously no offense was intended, and yet we had, through my ignorance, we'd upset people there, which was really upsetting. We'd been working this thing for years, and then I still get emotional thinking about it. It was quite traumatic. Sorry. I wasn't expecting that. Sorry. I haven't spoken about this publicly before, so it's a little bit weird. But what made it really difficult was we did our own research in Media Molecule, and we were speaking to Muslim friends, and it became pretty clear that there was no right solution to this, because there's not a universal response to this across Islam. We were representing Malian Islamic culture, in which it's not offensive to do this, but people from a different Islamic tradition were offended by it. So the solution, they were very respectfully asking us to edit out these lyrics so that they could play the game without having to face this issue. And we were kind of happy to oblige with that, but at the same time, editing and deleting Malian culture is also not cool. So there is no solution to that. But it was taken out of our hands because Sony insisted that we do that, but also they pulled the game from the shops at great expense to them, I assume. And we weren't involved in that decision. We were told it came from the top. Don't know if that means the head of PlayStation, the head of Sony Corporation, but this was at the height of Islamophobia post 9/11. So I'm sure it was a very difficult decision for them. There was no financial knock-on or punishment for Media Molecule for a couple of reasons. One, this track had originated from Sony's music licensing department. They'd sent me a World Circuit, which is a record label, compilation disc. And it was on there, and I identified it as being something that could be suitable for the game. But also, I am quite good at my job, and I had done as much due diligence as I could. And I'd got translations of all the tracks in the game to see what the lyrical content was. And couldn't get this one, and fed that back to Sony for them to follow up on. And then, it's my responsibility that I then wasn't pushing them for that, but I was busy shipping this game, and it kind of fell through the net there. And again, in reality, even if they'd come back and said, oh, there's a quote from the Quran in here, that wouldn't have raised any eyebrows for me. Someone from a sort of I'm not religious, but someone who went to Sunday school, like, music's a huge part of Christian faith. So, like, I just wouldn't have blinked an eyelid at that. So it was what it was, but, the mad thing was, this was front page news and headline all over the world, and that's why it was so intense. And I just remember, I don't even know, I'm a very emotional person, so don't worry about me, I'm completely fine. It's just overwhelming talking about it. I remember watching the news at 10 at night, and it's like, oh my God. Couldn't quite believe that this was happening. And it was bizarre. But of course, as with all media news cycles, it was a storm in a teacup, and a couple of days later, everyone had moved on, so it was fine. But nonetheless, we had upset people. It was just such a negative thing to happen when we'd all worked so hard. So anyway, I'm going to move on. Another aspect of the music experience, which is quite interesting from a cultural point of view, is stuff, again, I've not spoken about, but I think it's really fascinating. I think I already mentioned that the original music had carved out this space for representing cultures in a more familiar and stereotypical fashion, at least in terms of instrumentation. Of course, not making any claims of being an expert about representing other cultures, but that was the direction that I decided to go with. And one of the most difficult challenges we faced was trying to define what the musical identity of England is. So, there's regional musical identities in England, certainly. You've got brass bands associated with coal mining in northern communities. Maybe in Cornish, Celtic tradition, there's things, which is its whole other world that I do not know much about, but there's a whole thing, a whole world going on there, as is true, I'm sure, of every corner of the UK. But it makes me think of, the association with, a lot of these are 19th century sort of romantic tropes in many ways, but sea shanties and sailor songs through the fishing and sailing connection with Cornwall. It's kind of stereotypically known for that as a one of the seafaring parts of the country. And so if a location's got that identity, you can hone in on it. But if you try and look at England, and very specifically it was England, this wasn't Britain, it was the theme was the English country garden. And this is a retaining wall in the back garden of a Victorian 2 up, 2 down, basically. And conceptually, that's quite hard to key into. You can also look at things like, you think about who are well-known English musical artists. You'd be like, the Beatles. But then you're referencing the Beatles and not England, so it's just a little bit of a thorny one. And there's a whole other conversation need to be had about English national identity outside of music. But there's similar issues there, what is English identity? And of course, it's a melting pot. And so we could have gone down the mashup route, but that's kind of what we were doing in the licensed music, and all the other cultures we were representing with original music didn't have this problem. And yeah, it was an interesting one. So I wasn't the main composer on Little Big Planet, although I did write a bunch of it. It was a chap called Matt Clark. And the direction I got Matt to explore was, for me, so in here there was some characters which were the king and queen of Little Big Planet, I guess. But they were basically, represented British, monarchy. And including my little gibberish voices, which have little phrases in it like cucumber sandwiches, and there's all these little sort of tropey things going on in there relating to the royals. And musically, for me, I guess this is basically about the class system. And what Matt came back with in his initial demo, which I can't play because it's not cool to play other people's work in progress stuff, was there was a bit of pipe organ, which is quite sort of Church of England-y. And then you've got, there was harpsichord, which was more like hoity-toity aristocracy. And that worked, but the rest of his track didn't for various reasons. It was like a soft rock psychedelic thing. Maybe he was going for kind of British psychedelic rock, I don't know. But it didn't feel very Little Big Planet. And this is the first level in the game had this music in it. It was really important that it was just perfect. So it was back to the drawing board, and then he came back with something which, this is the finished version of the track. So it wasn't this, it was an early demo of it. And obviously, like, that flute solo is just like, this is one of the best bits of music in Little Big Planet, including amongst the licensed soundtrack, well, in my opinion, but also it's a fan favorite from the community. And it's nailing that. So at the beginning of the game, it's often a safe space, certainly in a family-friendly platformer, so you want it to feel, safe, uplifting. It's got those summertime vibes. It's working on all those levels, but for me, and this is subliminal, I'm not suggesting that this is something people are aware of when they listen to the track, but one of the reasons this was like tick, tick, tick for me was because of this. Once you hear it, you can't unhear it. But this is Bach's Air in a G string, and Matt had, again, this was all from Matt. This was like he explored these sort of ideas of like aristocracy and Britishness, and to reference that is really clever because it's got a little bit of that poise and hoity-toity going on, but it's also cheekily, Johann Sebastian Bach is famously German, not English, but with the British royal family, that's like in the mix too. So I was like, yes. And then there's also things like pop culture references to, Whiter Shade of Pale, which is based on Bach's Air in a G string famously. And so that's like tick, tick, tick. And like, again, no one's like hearing that and feeling those things. But for me, in terms of working with the composer and direction, it's important that at the very least we're just trying and draw a link between the game and the music, because otherwise it's effectively random, and I hate that. Like, I like there to be meaning and purpose in the work. And that's, it's interesting because that was hard. There was like, 2 or 3 rounds of iteration. I've got an example later of my work. I'll play some of like what work in progress can sound like. But yeah, that ended up being, like I say, it's a fan favorite for Little Big Planet. And what's interesting is that was like 17 years ago, and even with all my additional years of experience, that track's not any easier to brief a composer on because of all those sort of slightly mercurial, sort of references. It's really hard to just be very specific with that. And when that happened, at the time I felt like, oh God, have we hired the wrong composer? But like, that's not on Matt. The brief was really vague. And sometimes that's just what you have to do. You have to explore the room. And I didn't realize that at the time. But in retrospect, now I look back at it, and it's like, that's what Matt was doing. He was like, how about this, Kenny? And I've been in that situation myself. And you just want to please your client. So I can imagine it was difficult for Matt on that first attempt where I was like, this isn't working, mate. But then to come back from that, nail the brief, and write such an amazing bit of music shows how good Matt was. So all credit to Matt for that. I helped him out with bits in that track, but... I've also got some slides on Tearaway, but I'd really like to reserve some time for Q&A at the end, so I'm just going to blast through these. I have a bunch of examples about pre-production, the relationship between pre-production and the final thing here. So I'm just going to play you one of these tracks, because they're particularly relevant to the finished thing. So there was a record scratching track, which is like Renaissance hop. That was an experiment. It's hip-hop. This is record scratching. Record scratching is a big part of hip-hop culture, so it needed to have a bit of a hip-hop beat. Rex and I joked about dubstep relentlessly throughout this project because dubstep was big in the tweenies, so we just had fun with that concept. So we were playing with dubstep, hip-hop, and Renaissance. And again, Renaissance was culturally that's like a ye olde England thing. Tearaway's kind of got a Cornish, Anglo-Celtic tradition going on. But what was great about that track was the farty nature of some of the period Renaissance instruments really felt suitable for the meanies in the game because they're kind of annoying. And that was a great discovery. Completely random, but they were like, that worked. So that came forward into the finished version of the game. There was this drumming track, and so this is pre-production. There's a drumming feature, and so this is how audio can support a project during pre-production. There's no intention for this to be in the finished version of the game. It's just like some drumming for a drumming track, and without it, the level is dead. So it needs something. So this is like a late night jam session with 2 of my friends at Media Molecule. We're just like playing on drums, and then there's things like this, which is kind of the equivalent of a music concept art. This was made in a game jam. Tearaway was quite a troubled project for a couple of years. It was a geolocational, procedurally generated thing in a time before Pokemon Go. It was very aspirational, trying to make use of every single feature on the PlayStation Vita, which is a handheld Sony console. eventually got scaled back to something much more doable, and it was this papercraft adventure. The Vita had a rear touch. It was a very weird input device, and Rex, being the genius that he is, that's why it's papercraft, so you could stick your finger into the world and tear it, which is such a cool concept. But that's like the entire basis of Tearaway is that idea, and we pulled it back to that and focused on that. So there's this game jam where once the project had found itself, and there's been a lot of talk this week about trying to get the hardest thing in game development is you need to kind of know what the game you're making is. Once we'd worked that out, then I was able to support the project more. And so this is me exploring writing a sea shanty.
A merman stole my wife.
Actually, a sailor song, technically. It's not a work song. It's not rhythmic enough.
And it's caused me nothing but strife. To the sea, boys, to the sea. Oh, mermaids come and mermaids go, but of mermen you should be wary. If you see one, you should lock your door, for they can be quite scary. Yes, a merman.
So there's no intention for that to go to the game. It was just me just messing around, basically. But what worked about this was the first time I'd written something that was a bit dark, and not just in terms of like cutting tails off with knives. Not suitable for a family-friendly game, but like just tonally, that music's got a bit more of a darker modal edge to it, and that really chimed with Rex's. He was influenced a lot by his sort of Cornish Celtic traditions, and there's a darkness there. If you think of things like the bog bodies and ritual sacrifice, and like the Wicker Man, that was another point of reference for us. So all these things were starting to come together in this. We made Tearaway in about a year. There's a whole story there, you can ask me about it, but like it was a very frantic, after this sort of lost pre-production expansive period, and then we had a year to like ship the thing and make it. So the music was really sort of hammered out quite quickly. I'd love to speak about the pitching process for games. That's where you invite composers to submit demos based on a brief, so you can find someone who fits the project. I've got opinions about that. I tried to do it really well in this project, but completely messed it up because when I sent out the briefs like a week later, and so the brief was on what was at the time this level here, the wassail orchard. Wassailing's a Cornish tradition of singing to the trees to help them to wake up at the beginning of the farming season and make cider. Again, very Celtic. So it was the most advanced conceptually level. It wasn't white box. It was starting to look very beautiful. So the brief was for that, because then you can have screenshots, you can have concept art, and I knew what this needed, so I can write a good brief, and it started to test that a bit. But then a week after sending that brief out, it was decided that we were going to have to do a demo of the game, or playable demo for E3. And all of a sudden, I then had to write music for that same brief, because it was the same level. So I ended up effectively pitching against the composers. And because this was my brief, surprise, surprise, I did a really good job. So I was then, and because it was better than the composers, and there's then a crisis of confidence, Rex and Siobhan, the studio director, were like, hey, Kenny, why don't you write the music? Which was, a nice compliment, but also completely impractical. So fortunately, I'd asked the composers to write 2 bits of music. Another bit of music was for later in the game, a very different brief. It was to do with stories unraveling, become deconstructed. So it was more of like this kind of ambient electronic mashup thing going on. And a chap called Brian D'Oliveira is who we picked because he's an amazing composer, brilliant music producer, and his stuff just sounded gorgeous. And so we went with Brian, and me and him sort of, we kind of divided the work up between us because Terry had this journey. It was quite good to sort of, in a way, transition from like my stuff, which is the Anglo-Celtic folk stuff, into Brian, who has a half Trinidadian, half Venezuelan, had really interesting musical, cultural heritage. And there was things that were not part of the brief, but Brian was able to. He's an amazing wind instrumentalist and a percussionist, and he was bringing in, some South American influences into the track, into the game, and things like samba and all this stuff, which again I would never come up with, but him responding to me, briefing him, and come up with these ideas and being like, yeah, that totally works. It was lovely to be able to I was reconnecting with my sort of folk heritage, and then we're drawing on Brian's heritage too. It was a really amazing experience. I really enjoyed working. I was really inspired working with Brian. So I'm just this is the track I ended up writing, pitching against other composers. And what's cool about this is the drums underneath are just that little drummy temp track, completely throwaway, no intention of using that in the final game. because I was up against it, I had like, a week to get this done. I've already got like the basis of a track there, so then just like started laying down, the guitar and the recorder. That's your Wicker Man reference, basically. 1960s folk revival vibe, and then some fiddle on top. So it's got the darkness. It's got the Anglo-Celtic. So really proud of Tearaway. After Little Big Planet was nominated for a BAFTA for its music experience. We're holding a BAFTA there. We didn't win the BAFTA that night, unfortunately, but just so proud to get another music nomination for that game. So lastly, I know I've moved through this quite quickly. There's so much to say about these projects. I'm just going to talk a little bit about Astrobot, my most recent project. I've spoken a lot about developing the aesthetic for the music in Astrobot already and various podcasts and stuff, so you can find that information online. So I'll just blast through this, and again, a bit like breaking down that Get It Together track for the Go team on Little Big Planet, I could just as easily be talking about the game as I am about the soundtrack, and that's because cohesion. So it's fun and it's playful, and for the music, the way that manifests, I suppose, that's me. This is actually a really tricky one. It's like, what is fun in music? And there's another well-known family-friendly platforming IP which has really done that already, and it really leans into show tunes and happy 20th century poppy show tuney vibes, quite Disney-ish, and so we're trying to steer away from that. And the way I manifest fun is by literally just having fun. I'm not just like, I love making music, this is fun, but it's being playful with the musical ideas. And I mean, I've got quite a playful personality, so that kind of comes for free with me, but it's a real guilty pleasure being able to lean into that and just muck around with stuff. And that's how I manifest fun in the Astrobot music. It's robotic, and that manifests itself through a bunch of sort of music production techniques. A lot of it's focusing on singing robots, because who doesn't like a singing robot? And there's a whole bunch of that. There's vocoders, talkbox, formant synthesis, singing text-to-speech. There's loads of little... I basically just completely nerded out and going deep on all that stuff. And again, guilty pleasure. And it's always great when there's an aspect of the project which allows you to indulge, and not in a self-indulgent way, but in a way that is both self-indulgent and serves the project. Those are like the dream jobs, and this was definitely one of those. It's digital, or at least that's the visual aesthetics, quite clinical, very sort of contemporary consumer electronics, surprise, surprise, vibe. And for me, musically, that digital aesthetic's not really great, because it's not human enough and it's not warm enough. So there's mainly analog synthesis going on in there. There's a bit of digital stuff, but the digital stuff I kind of actually just stay away from and ignore that. So that's more of a visual aesthetic thing that I'm actually playing against. It's interesting that that doesn't cause like a massive conflict. I've got theories about that, but I'm not going to get into that now. Again, guilty pleasure. I love retro aesthetics. I love recreating the sound of 20th century sound and music techniques. And Astrobot is fundamentally quite a backwards-looking project insofar as it's emulating those classic family-friendly platforming games from the 90s in many ways. It's also got a lot of PlayStation history in there. There's lots of references to much-loved PlayStation first-party games, but also IPs strongly associated with PlayStation. And so that's quite a backwards-looking thing. There's lots of PS1, PS2, PS3 nostalgia. And so that's just like an excuse for me to, recreate some of those sounds, particularly for those consoles, which is, again, a whole other conversation. I love that stuff. But also just an excuse for me to, like, why not get some 1950s stuff in there? Why not get some 1970s or 1980s stuff in there? And that's a kind of a musical journey. I started in Little Big Planet with the whole 1970s, 80s kids TV show vibe of that project. And again, guilty pleasure. But I found a project I can just crowbar that stuff in. It's amazing. It's upbeat, it's fun, and those things are more kind of aesthetic considerations and creative directive creative direction considerations. There's then more kind of what I would call game direction stuff, which is like gameplay centric. And Team Asobi are massively gameplay centric. That's their focus. So supporting that fun player experience with upbeat. A perennial conversation with Nico, the game director, is because of my fun, playful personality, if I actively try and make the music fun, it jumps the shark and becomes saccharine. And so it's interesting, there's a lot of mind games going on between me and Nico now. It's like, he wants it to be fun, but he's not saying it because he's worried I'll make it too fun. And, we've shipped 3 games together now, so there's starting to be a little bit of a, mind meld going on, which is interesting, but there's something in that, which it's really good to be self-aware. And actually, to be fair, Nico's the one who was pointing these things out about my personality and how that manifests in the music, and how if he directed me a certain way, it didn't go well. So it's mainly about him learning how to work with me, but it's also kind of interesting for me trying to observe that in a disembodied way and recognizing the truth in what he's saying. And that's when game dev gets deep, starts reflecting aspects of your personality. And then, catchy and memorable. There's a culture of that in platforming games. I mentioned that when talking about Little Big Planet. And this ties back into, I didn't set out to be a composer, so because I did study aspects of it at university. I've done things like harmony and counterpoint and orchestration, elementary orchestration, but I didn't ever set out to be a composer, so my skill set's actually quite limited. Don't tell anyone, they won't harm me. So that's why I found a home in naive, family-friendly sounding music, because I write these super catchy, poppy tunes. You don't want that in The Last of Us. So there's a horses for courses side to this. But I'm very much at home doing this kind of thing, and I'm very lucky to be involved in projects like this. So I'm just going to play you a little journey of one track from the game, sort of give you an idea of what the development of this is. And I'm trying to really put across the collaborative nature now, not so much of me as a music director and sort of working with the composer. This is me as a composer working with Nico, the creative director, and Junko, their amazing audio director, and trying to solve creative problems. So a bit like the Little Big Planet example, this is the first level in the game, and it's a safe space. And it was only when putting this presentation together I actually started seeing parallels between these 2 tracks. And these are ones that there's huge amount of pressure on that first level. You're really trying to make an impression on people. In many ways, it represents the entire game. And if you mess it up, they'll stop playing, and it's all your fault. And it's like, So there's a bit of that going on. But then also conceptually, this level is just hard. They call it the Sky Garden. And for Team Asobi, I think, because they're gameplay-centric, they don't actually have to develop their concepts that far. They develop it enough to be able to get a really interesting visual aesthetic, but its primary goal is to support the gameplay. So quite often, they're coming to me with stuff where, as a conceptual thinker, I'm desperately looking for concepts to work with to kickstart my creative process and narrow that blank canvas down to a more narrow space within which, it doesn't matter how much you narrow the canvas, you've still got infinite possibilities within that, but it just allows you, it's a starting point, basically. And for me, that's the hardest part of the creative process. It's just as an analogy, it'd be like picking up the pen so you can draw. It's you just have to start somewhere. And for me, conceptual stuff is my starting point, or at least exploring that. So here, this is us exploring it. And so for me, I'm looking at this, and I'm like, okay, topiary. There's, again, I think I already used this word earlier, there's so much class stuff in my presentation, it's been very revealing. But there's a bit of a nouveau riche thing going on with topiary for me. And then, because of I think the clinical side of it is actually because of this near future thing, but actually there's something about clinical and topiary, which again, I'm getting opera vibes. And then it's a sky garden, so it's up in the sky, there's clouds, so then you've got potentially heavenly cultural associations there, certainly for me. But then because of the digital and robotic stuff, Astrobot tends towards electronic music. So it's okay, some kind of mashup between heavenly and some contemporary music style. So I was like, hey, Nico, how about heavenly dubstep? And he was just like, no. But bless him, I'm like, well, if it's not that, what is it then? And he didn't really have anything for me because, again, he's focused on gameplay. So some of this conceptual stuff is that's what I need, but it's not always there working with Team Asobi. So it's a bit of a challenge. So he let me do that. He was like, all right, well, let's see what happens. And this is where I started. Clearly, I'm not a dubstep producer. Also, this sounds very similar to the wobble bass in the Terry track I was playing earlier. So. This is more of the heavenly bit, I suppose. It was all meant to kick off there, but this is like, this is not a finished track. It's a demo. It's work in progress. And so the feedback is not enough energy. And like Nick was very sensitive to that. He's always thinking about driving the player forward. Drive is like probably the #1 word in his lexicon when communicating with me. It's like more drive, more energy. And yeah, he's very sensitive to pacing. The shades of the animation direction talk yesterday, like, I think audio people and animators and pacing are sort of kindred spirits in that regard. And music's a big part of that, certainly in this like high intensity driving platforming game. He also didn't like some of the lead sounds there, so kind of went back to it. Increased the tempo a bit. Starting to play around with the melody. Hear the crowing cockerel there? It's like, so we spoke a lot about how do we make this a beginning? So I'm like, I know that's like a cornflakes reference, but like, I suppose cockerels did exist before cornflakes, but that's like a morning thing. So it's like you're waking up, and then musically, I said I'm going to start that again, because listen to the bass line at the start. It's static, and then you get the chord progression. And so that, for me, is like my musical way of trying to induce a feeling of getting going. So like you're held back, you're held back, you're held back, and then... So the bass, it's one note, right? And then you get the payoff. And hopefully that's like, subconsciously people are like slightly restrained, then they're like, yes, let me at it. So like a racehorse ready to go. And again, that, how can we make this sound like a beginning? And that's coming from Nico, that's not coming from me. I'm an experienced music director, but this isn't my game, it's his game. And so he's the one who's thinking about these things and trying to like channel me creatively towards doing this stuff. And then the final version, basically we're missing some of the Astro hallmark stuff, so that equated to adding more record scratching, there's a lot of 90s sampling aesthetics in the soundtrack. Again, retro aesthetic nerd is like, and again, child of the 80s and 90s, guilty pleasure, love it. And Nico's of the same age, so it's like, it's perfect. And of course that appeals to people who've got kids now, and this is a family-friendly game, so sort of not super intentionally, there's some good, like, appealing to the people who actually are paying for this game, sort of things going on here. I don't know how much that contributes to the success of the game, but it's meaningful for me. And singing robots, we've got a little bit of Astro singing in the final thing. So in many respects, like you can hear like all three versions of those tracks broadly very similar, and yet that first version didn't cut it. Same melody, same chord progression, but I think it shows you how important, certainly in this style of game, music production is, because without that, it's just a really simple, naive, poppy song. It really needs all that thought, thinking about how to make this fit the experience to really make it, really gel and be cohesive. So I hope I've been able to demonstrate the collaborative nature of that project to you. And I think we'll just stop there because I've been prattling on for ages. Do we have time for questions? One or two?
So I think I've got time for one question. So think before you raise your hand, because it's got to be a good one.
Also,
So-
I'm here, so we can talk. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got a question from Alison. Okay.
Also, Alison wins the plushie. Because
Oh,
there's only one
wow.
question. Well
Yeah.
done.
First of all, absolutely love the music from Astrobot.
Oh, thank
The tree. You
Oh, the singing tree,
with
Papa
the deep
Tree.
voice is my
Yep.
absolute favorite. My question is about when you are referencing other cultures
Yep.
in the music that you do. How do you balance making it authentic, especially with the instruments and like motifs, while also avoiding stereotypes, especially if you're not from that culture or you don't have like advisors.
Yeah,
People
so for
from
me,
those
the
cultures.
line is like, if the game's making representations about its authenticity, you really should be doing that. I don't feel like the representations we've been doing have been making claims about authenticity or being historically accurate and that kind of thing. That doesn't mean that there won't be people who know a lot more about that than I do who will be like, that's not real. But when I receive that, like when I watch Pixar's Brave, I'm like, come on now. But I'm not angry about it. I just know that it's someone who doesn't know what they're talking about or not from that culture doing it. And so that's kind of where I am on that. I'm okay with it. And I actually lean into stereotypes, basically, from my cultural perspective. And I know that it's not accurate. But as long as I'm not claiming that it is and the game isn't trying to be, I'm okay in that space. I know other people have different opinions about that. But I have had thanks and compliments from people from some of the music I've done. I wrote a track in Little Big Planet 1 that was a Greek sartaki, which is a certain style of music. I knew nothing about it. I researched it. I wrote one, and they were like, "Thanks so much for putting sartaki in Little Big Planet." So sometimes you can do something which connects with people, and sometimes you can do something that offends people. Obviously, the licensed track in Little Big Planet's like a whole other level there, but that wasn't my track, even if it was, my brief that ended up picking it. So, yeah, you do have to be careful, but also I think it is art. I am expressing stuff. I do have the right to interpret things and regurgitate, because that's ultimately what everyone is doing when they're making stuff. And I think that's what makes me feel grounded in what I'm doing. But I'm happy to talk about that. If people have different perspectives and stuff, then I'm happy to sort of learn if I've really upset anyone by any of the the stuff that I've done. Yeah. Thanks for your
Thank you.
question.
Thank
This
you.
is yours.
Thank you very much.
Astral calls to you.
All right, so big round of applause for Kenny Young.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Thank you. Okay. So we'll just take a moment. We'll get set up for our next talk. And thank you again. Cool. To an epic queer spectacle. Please welcome Megan Najine.
Thank you, folks. It's so nice to be here. So I thought I will begin by, so Thirsty Suitors came out about 1.5 years ago, nearly. So it's a really nice time for me to get to just look back on it a little bit. If you haven't played the game, don't worry. We'll get into it, and I will give you plenty of context for all of the mess.
There
we go.
Ready to go, yeah?
Yeah, okay, fantastic. Oh, can I grab the little... Excellent. All right. So I think let's just kick off with showing you our launch trailer, which I think gives you some sense of the flavor as well as all of this beautiful key art. So I was the narrative designer on Thirsty Suitors, so I had nothing to do with how beautiful it is. So take that as you will. All right. How do I play you? All right. I'm going to just... Okay. How do I actually play this video? Sorry, guys. Oh, wait. There's a little play button.
Maybe no.
Yeah, just double. Yeah, so then it gives me this little fun security notice.
With Adobe Express, I can make a social post.
A logo, an invite.
So whilst we just load up the video, Megan, do you want to just describe the game?
Yeah, so Thirsty Suitors is a kind of, I describe it as like a joyful immigrant narrative where it's about a young woman coming back to her small town in the Pacific Northwest in her mid-20s after a horrible breakup, and she has to then battle all of her hot but toxic exes whose hearts she broke on the way out of town, as well as reconcile her relationships with her family by cooking, skate away her feelings in the local skate park that's also being kind of torn down and threatened. Oh yeah, so maybe we should just go back to this. Yeah. There we go. And the final battle is with your maternal grandmother. So ultimately, it's really a game about undoing intergenerational trauma. I hope you noticed the boob window on Grandma as well. Particularly proud of that. It's not autobiographical at all.
Awesome.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Ooh. Amazing. All right. I think, let's see. Is that my earring? Can you guys hear my earring? Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's fine. That's just, it's cultural. Let's just go with that. I think we're just slightly off. These slides, actually, we really do need to see these slides because they're like so beautiful. And like Vijay Krish did some like amazing, amazing art for us. And all right, so the main premise of the game is battling all of these, your kind of 5 X's, but we do this through these kind of fantastical turn-based battles that are actually psychodrama battles that pull you into like the internal landscape of your X's, kind of Persona style. And what you're really doing is kind of going back through, shall I just, yeah, you. Yeah, so you're kind of going back into a past relationship that may or may not have gone the way that you thought it was. And while it kind of takes the form of this kind of turn-based battle, really, at the end of the battle, you don't really defeat your enemies, but you reconcile with them. And you kind of then have the chance of finding kind of a renewed friendship or understanding with them, or possibly even something more. So Thirsty Suitors is a bit of a like deconstructed dating sim, though spoiler alert, at the end of the game, you actually choose nobody because you're such a mess. And so you just kind of, which I think is really lovely. I think it can feel anticlimactic to some people, but I think for Jala and her journey is just much more about facing up to the mistakes of her past and figuring out who she is. And the fact that she ends the game without necessarily, I think, making a choice is really great. So you have this like wonderful scene in the diner. So these are all of like your beautiful exes, who each one of them more toxic and weird than the last. And I think the real question of the game is like, it's really funny. I think one of the really nice responses we've had to the game is one, it's really obvious what kinds of sort of dating traumas people have experienced by watching them play the game, because you're like, oh, you'll go for Irfan, interesting. And it's really interesting to see that people really do argue about whether, like, we let Jala off the hook a little bit, or give her too much responsibility, or, you know, actually, Dia was really terrible. I can't believe we kind of made friends with her in the end. Which I think it's great, because I think it's messy and it's difficult, and that's what real relationships are like. So yeah, you can have a look here. This is your final turn-based battle with Tyler. Over the course of this battle, she literally resurrects like the ghosts of your ex-suitors that you then have to like re-battle because she can't let go of the past. So this is like the graveyard of your past mistakes. None of us have experienced that in a relationship, I'm sure. Yeah, so Tyler's really your kind of, your big first love, and the person that you have, she's like your best friend, you grew up together. The rupture in your relationship also caused a rupture in like your parents' relationship with her parents, and like it's this kind of enormously dramatic teenage thing. This is Irfan, who summons like a gigantic, so for Irfan, our inspiration was sort of inverse He-Man. So he's like this tiny, weedy, soft boy. And he summons like this gigantic tiger to protect him. So anytime you're close to actually like, you know, kind of speaking to each other, the tiger steps in and is like, I will protect you from this terrible witch of a woman. And so you kind of have to defeat his defense mechanism / cuddly security blanket before you can get through to him. So you can really see there's like lots of influence from kind of Persona. It's like really very psychological, but also deeply silly. I may have slightly been going through a breakup at the time. Hopefully it's cathartic for you, right? And you know, and those really aren't the only relationships that you have. So as you can see, this is like a graphic of the end of the battle where you kind of end up in this lovely reconciliation. And I think next, hopefully, we can show you a little video of the first suitor battle, and then we can kind of open the floor. Excellent. There are no more videos after this, so hopefully we'll just... There we go. Right. And I think if we could up the volume a little bit on this one, it would be great to hear the dialogue. Or at all, yeah.
On mute, yeah.
Thank you.
You look surprised to see me, Joe.
Yeah, a little bit more volume, is that possible?
Admiring you.
There's a lot to admire. Are those biceps even real?
Yeah, she's thirsty. Soz.
Come on, Sergio. Let's dance. Is it weird that I find your daddy issues kinda hot?
My dad is hot.
That's not what I... Ugh, forget it.
Excellent. Yeah, that gives you just a little bit of insight. There's like a whole mid-battle section where he like tears off his shirt. You go into his inner world, and he's like the person that he dreams he's going to be, and is invulnerable, obviously. And then you kind of have to summon the only thing that can shake the confidence of a South Asian man, the specter of your mother, to hit him with a chapel. You know, so yeah, we're really going for authenticity, shall we say. But yeah, and then we follow this on with also like these gigantic cooking sections with your mum. I think if we go back to that, we can start getting to it. But so, and there's also like cooking, skating, you can pet a dog, there's mini games, it's this kind of wild, maximalist, extravaganza hybrid mashup thing, but I think we can kind of maybe go from there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I was really excited to invite you, Meghna, because this was a really important game for me to play. You know, with my daughter. You know, we play Mario games, and she's always disappointed when Princess Peach gets kidnapped and she can't play her.
Yeah.
So I was really excited to play this game with her, and so it meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a silly question, but is this an Asian game? Is this a game for Asians, or was that a perception from the public or the publishers?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. So this, like our entire team, this is Outer Loop Games. We're a team of about, I think the core team was about 12, a little bit more than that. Most of us are second generation or first generation immigrants, but ranging from, so I'm Indian, and I grew up half in India, half in the UK. Eka, who's the creative director and the founder of the studio, is Sri Lankan American, but came to America, I think, as a child, so it's a much different kind of experience. Vijay Krish, who did all of this beautiful art, is Tamilian. We've got like people who are from a Russian background, from all kinds of different backgrounds. So I think we really wanted to make an immigrant game. And I think the ethos of Outer Loop was a real focus on kind of minority, like it's a minority-led studio, and we wanted to tell the kinds of stories that really aren't being told out there. So actually, Thirsty Suitors began as an idea we had to make a game about arranged marriage, and it was going to be this like much more sociological, like card-based game about arranged marriage. And then at one point, Ika and I looked at each other and were like, so yeah, you know how I don't believe in the institution of marriage and don't want to get married, and you never had an arranged marriage. Maybe we're not the people to tell this particular story. So I think that's also like a really interesting aspect of this, right? Like who gets to tell these stories, and I think what we really honed in on was telling a story that made sense to us. So the fact that it was set in the Pacific Northwest in this small town is a real nod to Eka growing up there, and his town was incredibly white, and I think he felt really isolated. And so we got to like reimagine Timber Hills as this teeming brown, like queer space, which I think is great. And so it's kind of almost getting to like re-inhabit his hometown and his whole childhood experience and kind of retell it. You can also tell it's sort of set in a sort of 90s, I guess. I don't know why, I guess because we're all elder millennials and like that's an era of nostalgia for us. But I think it really was so that we could look back maybe a little bit on our childhoods as well, because we were drawing a lot from our own experiences, our families, our friends, to kind of pull it together. And Jala herself, so her dad is Sri Lankan, her mum is Indian, so she herself is kind of a hybrid. And I think we were really interested in telling those kind of hybrid stories. And if you look at the suitors as well, most of them aren't just from a single culture. And so we really got to kind of like, I don't know, I think expand the boundaries of that. And I think the game itself is also very hybrid in terms of its mechanics as well. So it kind of all fits together. It's not as one thing. It's like a melting pot in itself.
I mean, it does seem to wear some of the influences or references on its sleeve. You know, Scott Pilgrim, maybe a bit Tony Hawk or Skate, Persona 5.
Yeah.
Like, what other fun South Asian references did you kind of embed in there?
Oh my gosh, I mean, so many, but I think, well, while this was coming out, I don't know if you guys have seen the TV show We Are Lady Parts. That was a big influence. I mean, we'd written quite a lot of it by the time it came out, really. But again, I thought it was so interesting to see all of these brown stories happening in other media, kind of outside of games. We Are Lady Parts is about an all-girl Muslim punk band set in London. And if you haven't seen it, it's so good. It's just incredibly funny and charming. The same creator then went on to make this really fun film called Polite Society, which is about like the horror of Indian weddings and arranged marriages. And like it turns into this like, it's really the story of like two sisters, but then it's imbued with this kind of incredible horror underneath it. And you also get to see people doing like martial arts in lehengas, which like, come on, why not? So it's like, I think it was drawing from all of those kinds of stories. I mean, Ms. Marvel as well had just come out as well, and I thought that was such an interesting, like realistic, heartfelt portrayal of like an Indian family and a Muslim family as well. And so the space kind of felt really open for that. But again, we were also making this for like, to be honest, diaspora kids, right? This isn't like a authentic Indian story. I mean, I think actually for a really nice contrast, you can look at Venba, which is very much engaged in like authenticity. And it's like, when I play the game, I'm like taken back to my childhood in Bangalore or my friends' houses who are Tamilian, like the music and everything. Whereas, I mean, like Thirsty is in some ways a very American experience, which is something, you know, I also struggled with in terms of the writing because I'm really not. And that's such a different experience to me. But again, I think that, you know, but that was what most of the team was based in America. And so it felt true to them and it felt true to that audience.
Yeah.
You know, so it was I mean, a very kind of interesting project and like a lot of things to kind of navigate. But I think almost going back to sort of Kenny's point earlier, I think there is also a lot of interesting and useful space to just be able to talk about these stories in a way that's respectful to a culture, but isn't about necessarily like this kind of authenticity. And to be honest, this is also authentic to lots of diaspora
Yeah.
lives, you know, where people have very different relationships with their cultures, or like, you know, do lots of diaspora kids may not even speak the language, or they're not really engaged in, like, or they just watch Bollywood movies and their parents are like, oh my God, you know, there's more than Bollywood, etc. So I think for us, it took a lot of the pressure off to not only have Jala's story, but also have each of the suitors. And all of them kind of have different perspectives and different relationships with all of these ideas. So we didn't have to say, oh, this is the one way that we're doing things.
Yeah, I mean, in addition to the kind of breadth of, I guess, the references and, you know, kind of exploring across the kind of diaspora experience, it also felt like the art style, the tone, the setting, the kind of intergenerational nature of the characters, even the length, it all felt really accessible.
Yeah.
Like, what was the intention there? Were you trying to reach particular demographics or audiences, or?
I think so. Personally, I'm really interested in making work that can be accessible to people who have never played a game before. And I think that's something that Outerloop did really, really well. And I'm so proud of the team for that. I think it's super accessible in terms of disability as well. I mean, these things go hand in hand, right? Like, accessibility is a really broad church. And once you start walking down that path, you realize, oh, this is really great for so many different audiences. But one of the really great things about this game is there are so many features to turn off. So you saw that there's quick time events. There's things that are there are timing-based puzzles. There's little kind of skateboarding platforming sections. All of these can be turned off. Even the battles can be autoplayed. Like, you don't have to do that. You can still play all of this. But there is no section of the game where challenge or a lack of skill is going to stop you from progressing or enjoying the story. And I think that was really, really deliberate, because, you know, I do really believe in the fact that, you know, games as a medium is becoming way more influential. It's what especially younger people are playing. But I do think that we do leave out loads of audiences that would be really interested in this. You know, I'm sorry, but trying to explain the plot of Halo to my mum is like, the minute you get to Space Wizards, she's out. She's out, babe. Like, she doesn't care. Whereas, you know, the really nice thing about Thirsty is when I explain it, like, oh, it's a soap opera, really, and it's about familiar concepts and ideas. It's about family, food, love, you know, facing up to your mistakes. Like, these are just really normal human things that we all kind of have experience of, right? And I think that these are the sorts of, hopefully these feel like the sorts of games that you could get someone who's never engaged in this, who has ideas about the games industry, like, oh, it's just about, like, beady men shooting guns. Lots of it is. You know, and it's all about violence and it's all about these things. And you can be like, no, there's so much more here for you, and we're not going to make you feel stupid or incapable for coming to join us here, you know, or require a huge amount of knowledge from having played. Like, you know, I mean, if you pick up, like, say, an Arkham game and you haven't played Shadows of Mordor, like, you're lost, right? Like, the knowledge that we are expecting players to come with is increasingly specialized, but we're only just now becoming a mainstream industry, and I think it's really valuable to have games that are, like, accessible in this way.
No, you're definitely right. You know, a lot of games that we play, a lot of our game design students here, the most common primary verb in game design tends to be kill or fight. So I really love the main way that you kind of interact in the battle system was conversational.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was really interesting. What was the thinking behind that then?
Yeah, definitely. Because basically, I mean, we kind of looked at the battle system for a bit, but the whole idea was that, I mean, you want them to be narrative battles. It's such an interesting, like, narrative challenge for me. Admittedly, you know, there's things that you look back on and we would have liked to tweak a little bit more. I do think there are times where it loses pace a little bit, and it might have been nice to actually have sorry, I really am looking back on it, to have, like, the dialogue appear at the same time as the big animations, or be a little bit more thoughtful about that. But what we really wanted was almost each, like, kind of the battle unfolds with each button press triggering a piece of conversation. And actually, as you play through the game, your choices that kind of are recognized under the hood. And, so the game begins with this big dating quiz that you take while Jala kind of skates around the world, which is amazing. Highly recommend all of you just put dating quizzes in the front end of your games if you want to learn things about your friends. Amazing. And then we assign you a thursona, so you can either be like the star who's just like used to people falling at their feet and is really into like status, or the bohemian who's like, I'm really flaky, sarcasm is my personality, or like the heartbreaker who's very much this like, oh, I'm aloof and I don't need anyone, but secretly yearns for connection. And those lines actually like do impact just even the dialogue that fires behind the scenes. There's like each kind of stage of the battle, when you get his health bar down 50%, like triggers a little sort of piece of content dialogue where you kind of delve back into the past or like a move into the inner world. Those are really, I think that to me was really, really fun to write. And if you notice as well, all of the impacts are illusory. So like Sergio throws a car at you, but it's a holographic car. So you never actually make impact with people. There's no blood and gore in it. The battle is a metaphor, really. Yeah. It's a visual and mechanical metaphor for having a really messy argument with someone and then coming to a reconciliation with them. And I think you'll see we do a similar thing in the cooking as well. Yeah. Because the cooking sections, I think we can probably show you like a little bit of this. Oh yeah. I mean, these are so fun to write, honestly, just Jala being, and you could like set people on fire. Yeah, so the kind of cooking sessions are really about, oh yeah, Mom, teach me how to make something. Jala, come cook with me. And then once you're trapped in the kitchen, that's when she like pounces and is like, so have you thought about college? Or like, oh my God, you're talking to Sergio again. But you can't escape, right? It's great. It's not how life works at all. Yeah, but in doing that, what we really realized, so I should also really say the game is entirely animated by one human being, Azo, who also does every single one of the animation tricks that you see in real life. There is like YouTube evidence of all of this. So
if you have a look, I think on TikTok,
Yeah,
Harvey was talking about animation reference.
Yeah.
You can see him like bench pressing his sofa at home or something for reference.
It's mad, yeah, or even all of the wall running and like the skateboarding, he does all of it. So you see that actually we needed to insert like a lot more energy into the cooking. So the cooking is like this wuxia kind of martial arts thing, and like you're throwing knives and your dad's like, oh, don't hurt each other. And you and your mom are really like getting into it in the kitchen, which is great. And she like constantly tells you to wash your hands, and you're like, yes, Mom, I'm a grown up. And she's just like, are you really? So it's good. So again, like it's that energy of conversation. It's the energy of argument. We live in this kind of much more heightened reality. So one of our references is also like anime as well, or like kind of magic realism, where you can have these like big surreal moments, but you can also have like these really heartfelt kind of exchanges as well. And then there's also skating, just in case there wasn't enough going on. So you can see there's a really Asian maximalism to all of this too. It's like, oh yeah, and here's another thing. Cool. And then we can get into so much stuff else, but one of the other things just about accessibility and playing, one of my favorite experiences of this game was that my mum, who's never picked up a console before, even though it was me and my dad who played games when I was a kid, she played this from beginning to end. And I think she only had to like auto-play through like a last little skateboarding section, but she really played it all from beginning to end. And she cried at the climactic grandma battle. And that was really meaningful to me, like 10 years into my career. I mean, they've always been super supportive of me. I really got to say that. My parents are both doctors and categorically told me not to become a doctor. So it's like stereotype. For every stereotype, there's also the person that is living the anti-stereotype as well. And here we are, which maybe explains the game that I made. But that was, I think, it was just really powerful and meaningful to me. And I think she saw herself reflected in some of it, didn't see herself reflected in other parts, which was hilarious as well. And there were lines that grandma, so that final battle is one where, like, Jala is this main character, like, finally kind of stands up to her grandma and actually just shouts, like, I hate you. Like, why have you come to my house and turned it into a battlefield? Like, my mom, who's usually this confident woman, is now running scared behind you and judging me because I need to live up to something. Like, I hate you, which is a really, powerful, intense thing to kind of say to your grandmother. But I guess part of the power fantasy of this game is like being able to stand up to your immigrant parents and grandparents, and then, instead of getting a chapel thrown at you, they like listen and learn and grow and change, which is fun. But that confrontation is where like your mum finally comes in and like steps in to protect you, and you have a big discussion, and then your nanny, sort of promises to change, and it's like, yeah, maybe she's still passive aggressive. Like, life doesn't work in these perfect ways, but you do get a hug, and you do get to kind of, move forward a little bit. So I think that was really powerful. I think there's maybe a lot that I like put into it. Some of the lines that Nani says have definitely been said to my mom. I had to tone them down a little bit for them to be believable.
Did your grandmother play the game?
No,
Or
she
did you let her?
didn't. No, I think she saw little bits of it. Yeah, no, I think perhaps like I think sometimes some people should be yeah, you're not safe. That's not.
Well, just going back to the cooking, I thought it was a really powerful way of in-game connecting to, your mother, and for the players as well, it was a really powerful way of reconnecting with the culture.
Absolutely.
And that was another thing that Vemba did very well.
Oh, so beautiful.
There was no sense of competition or resentment that they'd done the same kind of thing.
I was so delighted. Honestly, what's wild about it is that, there's barely any brown games in the industry. And then all of a sudden, within like a month and a half, there's 2 sort of brown games, both about food and family. But to me, I thought it was so powerful that you really got to see, even with what sounds like the same brief, so it's about brown families, and it's also about food, and it's also about mothers and children and immigration. They're totally different games. So you would think that that's like something hyper niche, but they're so different in tone. If you haven't played Venba, do play it. It's this beautiful kind of meditation, and it's so like you will cry, you will want to call your mum, which is good. We should all probably call our mums. Yeah, but it's just a completely different flavor of thing. I think what was interesting was to see that, like, I think journalists and the industry at large, the mainstream industry, was a bit like, what's going on? Is this even allowed? Surely there can be only one. And I was like, guys, so I was like, there was a like hilarious moment where in the way that like sometimes, if you are a person of color, you get mistaken for like just another random person of color who looks nothing like you. So at one point, I think a review site did put up a review of our game and put Venba's screenshot on it. And I was like, also, guys, it looks nothing alike. Thirsty Sweeters is like neon madness. And Venba is like, anyway, but so it's fine. Like, even games can be microaggressed against, I guess, which is really amazing.
Well, I thought, this festival is about kind of representing diversity, ethnic, racial diversity in the games industry, and this was a great example for me. But what I also thought was really powerful was your approach to intersectionality of the game. It didn't really stop at just highlighting, the kind of the color and vibrancy of brown people in society, but you weren't afraid to really explore and center queerness, and even the character Tyler, she was, I think in the guide it mentions that she's trans.
Yeah, she's
played by a
trans
actress.
Yeah.
So I think what was interesting about that was you didn't really make it a big deal in any way.
Yeah.
Was there a discussion around that? Did you get feedback from the actor about representation or dialogue?
No, we really did. Christine was one of the first people we cast as well, and she came in, and I think one of the first things she said to us was like, I love that Tyler's story is not about being trans. Like, the problem that her and Jala had is not about being trans, but I think that's maybe also slightly present in it, in that clearly they went through this difficult emotional process together, right? Like they were together while Tyler did transition, and they're almost a little bit too emotionally close and entangled in the way that lots of people in small towns, or like your best friendships that maybe you go through something together can be. So I think it's still true to the emotional resonance of those experiences, but it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to Jala or her extended family. I mean, one of the ways in which we were able to do that is by, so this is Dad. We should talk about gentle brown dads as well, because this is what happens when you die in the battles. Like you kind of get really small and then you fall down, and then Dad just catches you and like gives you some words of encouragement and like throws you back up there. Like, oh, are you really sure you want to date a man with tattoos? Oh, okay, you know, and. Yeah, we can go back to some of this, but this is Auntie Chandra, who's really, I think, for us narratively was at the heart of how this wasn't a coming out story and why we could also like explain and show that. So Auntie Chandra is like an out lesbian, and it's Jala's dad's sister. And so all of those stories and all of those battles have already been fought in her family. And like our queer elders did that for us. And so like Auntie Chandra is probably the one who like sat Jala's parents down when she was caught kissing Tyler at like age 8. And I think that's the story in the game. And was like, all right, here's how you handle the coming out. Don't make the same mistakes you made with me. And I think that's also why I think it was really nice to highlight the fact that like queerness wasn't invented in the South Asian community like yesterday. And I think it was really important for us to, I think, we don't want to shy away from the fact that like there are problems of homophobia and also colorism and casteism and like all of these things. We hopefully touch on a little bit with some of the other characters and their experiences. So, you've also got Dia, who comes from a Brahmin family, and like, caste also really plays a role in the way in which they cut her off, and her family just, walks down the street and just doesn't even acknowledge her and threw her out when she came out. So you do want to like acknowledge that that is also a reality of being queer in the South Asian community that happens. But for us, we wanted you to inhabit Jala, who gets to have, I think it's these two things, right? It's a reality because it is a representation of there are real families that are accepting, that have come through this. And then it's also a fantasy for people who don't have that, who get to like inhabit what it would be like to have a loving family and to have an accepting one. And I think the dream for us was imagining like people being able to play this game and being like, oh, maybe this is some language that I could take home to my parents or my grandparents to explain some of this. Or, maybe I could play this with my extended family. And the fact that this is all kind of normalized, and you're kind of almost modeling like warmth and acceptance without, I hope, being too cloying, or ridiculous about it, could just kind of could either help, or it could be a safe space as well. And I think that's also, you really see that with Dad. So also part of the structure of the game, it's about 8 hours long, and it's structured into days. And, so there's this really lovely, hopefully like sort of game loop where you get narrative satisfactions within an hour, 40 minutes to an hour of play, which I think is also respectful to people who have like caring responsibilities or lives or are worried about dying at some point, and so don't necessarily want to play a game forever. But at the end of each day, you sit on the sofa with Dad, who like waits up for you and waits for you to come home. And he's usually playing like one of your high school basketball games that he recorded, like obviously standing there, like recording it in the audience, like a massive, beautiful weirdo, and still rewatches. And then you can kind of discuss your day, or sometimes you can just say, Dad, I don't want to talk about it. It's too much. And he's like, all right. And then you fall asleep on him, and then he carries you piggyback up the stairs. And it's like, because we're often in the game, like your relationship with your mum is so fraught, and then you're like opening up all of these emotional wounds with your suitors, and they're like, how did you do this? Why did you do this to me? You broke my heart. Like, think about what you've done. And then it's really, I think, important for us to also allow the player to feel like held and safe too, right? And I think to also model like a gentle dad. Like I had a gentle brown dad. And it's, and Eka's stepdad was also a gentle, sweet brown dad. And it's sad to me that you don't see that. And especially in games where like brown male bodies are often like people that you kill, they're enemies that you shoot. And they're often, or terrorists, or they are devoid of so much humanity. And so it felt really important for us to kind of include that. And I also think for lots of people, I think, as you know, if you read here, like, lots of people have said, my dad was nothing like this. And it was so meaningful for me to just like sit on the sofa and have dad carry me up the stairs.
Yeah.
And I think that's, yeah, really beautiful, like really meaningful. Yeah.
No, I definitely felt that. You're right. We so rarely see ourselves represented in media. And when we do, it's often stereotyped or kind of one note, like you said, like maybe the geeky scientist
Yeah.
or, the terrorist or whatever, which is awful. And I always used to think, why couldn't, if it was an American high school drama, why couldn't we be the jock or
Yeah.
the funny guy or,
Yeah.
the douchebag or whatever it is?
Yeah.
And I think that's what is so vibrant and powerful about this game.
Yeah.
It's got such an amazing roster of characters.
Yeah.
Do you want to take us through any of the highlights or your favorites?
Yeah, sure. I think maybe we could, I could go back through, well, okay, so Dia so my personal favorite suitor is Dia because she's definitely not modeled after someone who broke my heart when I was a teenager in any fashion. But she's just really great. She's like the ultimate like cool girl who was like hiding the secret and she really couldn't come out. And you and Jala and she have this whole kind of secret romance because Dia has to keep it all secret. And then Jala kind of like dumps her in this catastrophic way because like Tyler confesses her feelings and Tyler can come out. And so Dia's like further pushed into the shadows. And there's this whole storyline about how she was abandoned at Battle of the Bands, and that's why she's never been able to pick up a guitar since, apart from in her like inner sanctum. And so there's this really cool stuff here. So like all of her attacks are like guitar based. She's really angry about middle school's Battle of the Bands. She sits on this like peacock throne, which is also like drawn from like the peacock throne of the Mughals. But what's really cool about this is like all of the peacock eyes follow you as you're walking around the screen, which is just like, it's so cool, so creepy. And then she has like a bunch of like mean girl crystal minions who are just like, it's kind of like a Greek chorus, but it's also like if you've seen like Heathers or any other like high school film, they're just like standing around. They're like, oh Maharani, like she, because Dia is obviously the queen in her landscape, and she's like, you're so cool, you're so brave. She's but a worm against you, and Dia's like, oh no, stop. So it's great. Like it was just super fun to write. So each one, and there she is, like just this glorious, beautiful entity. I don't know how she's not everyone's favorite, but apparently people have different tastes. We can just go back a little bit. Yeah, so you've got like soft boy Irfan. What was really funny was in casting them. So we did all of this is fully voice acted, which is amazing. And it was incredible how like the people that we cast were exactly like these guys. Like Irfan's actor at one point took a phone call in the middle of the recording session to answer his mum, who had called him to ask him to program her GPS via his phone. So that and he just did that remotely. They were in a completely different city.
That reminds me, I need to turn my phone off just in case mom rings.
But I was just like, thank you, Irfan. Like, and I was just, anyway. Sergio, the actor who plays Sergio, is really great. Like this super confident, like very Sergio guy who also tangos. And he like did his performance, and he was just like, my friends are gonna like laugh themselves sick at this because they're gonna be like, wow, they wrote this character and it's you. And I was like, devastating. That's Bruno over there, who's like the archetypical F-boy. So you have this, I will spoil a little bit of this for you, but you should really go play it. It won't ruin anything really. But you have this whole battle with him because he was one of the only people that broke your heart. So he like blew through town, this summer when you were a teenager, and I was like, come on, baby, get in the back of my truck. And you did. And then he like abandoned you 2 towns over, and you had to call your parents to come and pick you up. Very embarrassing vibes. And then he comes back and he does it all over again. And you've just had to face up to all of your like mistakes. And it's like the perfect time where Jala's really wavering because it's like, should I stay here and face all my mistakes, or should I just blow this joint? And so you kind of get those sort of choices. That's Irfan and his cat. Oh yeah, the tiger is actually his very diabetic, angry, grumpy tomcat.
The tiger's called Shahrukh.
Yeah, Shahrukh.
Shahrukh.
After Shah Rukh
SRK.
Khan,
Yeah.
exactly, after SRK, who's like this, mega star, basically. Yeah, exactly. And is also beautifully voiced by like a really great actor. That's Tyler, who's obviously like the coolest person in the world. What was Jala doing, thinking of going out with this parade of losers when Tyler's waiting at home for her? No idea. She's an idiot. That's Andale, who is someone who they come into Jala's life kind of much later and don't really know the dramatic backstory of all of this. And then kind of falls for Jala, but it's like this whole gigantic mess. Andale is also genderqueer and is South African. We got a South African actor to play that. With Sunny, who's the producer on our team, is South African as well. So we really wanted to like represent a little bit of that flavor in the game. When we were doing the voiceover sessions with Andale's actor, there was a power cut which went out, which is also like the most like South African / Indian thing as well. And I was like, yeah, no, it's fine. This is very real. And then of course there's mum, there's dad, there's Auntie Chandra, grandma.
To be honest, I've got to say grandma was probably my favorite.
Is grandma your favorite?
So she's kind of the antagonistic character, but it's so rare to see older women in a position of like power and you know, kind of agency. So tell me more about like what was your thinking about positioning her as the kind of big bad?
Yeah, I mean, for me it was easy because I have very complicated, interesting women as grandmothers, who are, I mean, you know, very, very extraordinary women. My father's mother like worked very much outside the home. She was a politician and like a very successful one. You know, and my mother's mom, my grandfather was in the army for a long time, and so really raised my mom and her brother on her own while also working, and came from a very like, you know, working class family, moved to Bangalore, and also you know, did the classic thing of moving from the village to the urban center and then moving up by 2 caste ranks, you know. And so my mom only like discovered that she was from a much lower caste background, like in her 20s, and like they hid it even from her. And my grandma sort of refuses to talk about it really to this day. Like you try and have it like conversation with her about it, and she's just like, "What are you talking about? We're Nayars," and it's like, we're not though. We're really not. But there's so much shame embedded in it, right? Which is, I mean, so it's interesting. Like all of those illusions, you can see that they're really helpful for them, but they also mean that you lose these huge parts of your history that are really quite hard to kind of, you know, reconstruct in a way, and you kind of have to do it for yourself. But yeah, so that it was really my grandmothers were a lot of the kind of inspiration for that. And I think, you know, my mum and my grandma, my mother's mother, have this tradition where every time I go to India, I go once a year in order to not be disowned. And we just go and get our nails done together. And it's like just the 3 generations of us. And there's something really beautiful about that. But sometimes I see my mum talking to my grandma, and I'm like, oh my God. You know, it's like seeing your future. Or I like look in the mirror and I just see my grandmother's cheekbones in my face. And I think there's something about the inescapability of all of it. And yeah, maybe it was, I think partly me also wanting to like, you know, how do you, I think it's a question that a lot of us from who are immigrants and who are also looking back, our own mothers and grandmothers really ask is like, how can you live with some of these painful things? How can you accept people who are from a very different time and a very different place? And still be true to yourself. I think there are many things that Grand Nani in the game says. I think sometimes she says the things that are my own internal voice, right? Like there's this moment where she's like, oh, you're here in the West, and you know, you're all of your brains, your knowledge, and your soul, you're coming here and building the colonizers' empire for them. You know, why aren't you at home? And you know, and that's a little voice that happens to me a lot, right? And there's this like lure of, you know, she's almost in the game, partly because I think she's trying to mess with your relationship with your mother, and partly because it's true, because those are the best manipulations, right? There's a little bit of truth to them, and there's also a little bit of cruelty embedded in there. Is that she's almost trying to lure Jala back to India, and there's a huge resentment that she has for her daughter for leaving. for going elsewhere and for like kind of escaping. You know, and Jala's mum as well, like one of the reasons that she really comes back to reconcile with Jala is because she says, you know, I moved continents to escape my family, my mother, because, you know, Jala's grandma, I think, had these huge dreams and aspirations for her daughter, and she sees her daughter's life with a man she really loves, who's a pharmacist, and she's a teacher rather than a university professor. Like, her life is, she just wants more for her in this lovely way, but also, like, you know, belittles what she really does have. And I think that's a really sort of complicated thing. And you know, I think in a really classic way, she's kind of trying to lure Jala back and be like, oh, let me remake, like, I made mistakes with her, like, that's over, like, I have another chance with you. And it's an uncomfortable position to be in, right? Because you're like, oh no, I'm actually my own person rather than an opportunity for you to correct your mistakes. You know, but I think that's really hard, especially in Asian culture as well, right? Like, where you're really taught that feeling of you owe things to your parents. You know, there's much less of a focus on your independence and your desires and much more about what you owe to the family. And I think there's something really great and beautiful about that, but there's also, it can be really dark, and like, how do you individuate and how do you kind of create that balance? And I think telling shouting that at your grandma that you hate her is one way of doing it. Jala's way, don't necessarily fully recommend that. But you know, she lives, so that's something.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I'd before we finish, it'd be great to throw this out to you. Anyone got any questions about the game, narrative, cultural representation? Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't even like talk about all of the great music or any of that.
Hi, I'm Georgia. I work at Lewis Silkin in their interactive entertainment team, which is a law firm. First of all, thank you for that. It was great. When you mentioned Polite Society as an inspiration, I was like, of course, I see it. 100%. I wanted to ask you, there's been this real rise in the phenomenon of like cozy games, where the focus is not kind of fighting and violence, and this game almost looks like a bit of a hybrid where there is fighting, but it's not violent, and you can auto-play it. Do you see it as a cozy game? What do you kind of think about that whole phenomenon?
Yeah, I think it's a really complicated one, like cozy, wholesome. I think some people call it a cozy game, but I think, and in terms of its mechanics, I think it kind of can be, though I really wonder about like the quick time events and the twitchiness of it. But what's interesting about this is that a lot of people found it a very uncozy, like difficult experience to play, mostly because I think we're so in some ways inured to like murdering people that doesn't feel emotionally difficult. Whereas I think the emotional violence of this, you know, a lot of people came up to me and were like, but I feel so bad. Like, she's such a bad person. And I was like, she's not a murderer. Like, she's not shooting people. She's just slightly shitty. Like, we're all kind of slightly shitty. Like, it's not, yeah, okay. Like, and she's like, okay, she cheats on someone. Like, you know, I don't know, like, these are not things that are good, and we're not being like, oh yeah, Jala, maintain your messiness for the rest of your life. But she's messy in very normal ways, and I think that can feel actually very confronting to people, because I think it can be very easy for many of these situations to bring up like things that you've had in your own relationship or experience, or like ways in which your relationship is complicated with your mum or your or your sister even as well. So like I think we didn't even touch on Arnie or the internal narrator, which I probably should. So Arnie is your sister. She's getting married but hasn't invited you to the wedding because you haven't been answering her phone calls for about 6 months. And so you're trying to like track her down and find her. But because you really miss her so much, you've also invented a voice inside your head that has her face and her voice, but it's really not her. And as the game progresses as well, the voice inside your head starts getting increasingly jealous of your attempts to like reconcile with her as well. And you have to have like this big confrontation with her. So I don't know. If you find a really intense therapy session cozy, then maybe Thirsty is cozy. But I'm okay with it being called, you know, a cozy or wholesome game. But I think it's such a complicated thing what we each find like wholesome. I did hear about this woman was talking to me about like when she was in labor, she just played Doom, and that was her cozy game. Because it was, and maybe like when you're in labor, like Doom is cozy. I don't know, like it's not, you know, I would have never considered it as such, but yeah, the circumstances, like, you know, who knows?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Anyone else? Yeah, Colm?
Hey, you mentioned that you wanted people who hadn't played games before to be able to play
Yeah.
this, but at the same time, like it looks like there's a lot of like deep, specific video game stuff within the game. Like you talked about health bars, you talked about a sort of phase
Yeah.
transition for the boss. So
Yeah.
I was wondering if like when you saw people playing it that hadn't
Yeah.
encountered them before, like, you know, A, are those concepts clear because you know they're very familiar to video game players.
Yeah.
But B, then like if that stuff kind of bedded in and how they responded to those kinds of concepts, and
Yeah.
if they worked with those players the same way they do with more experienced players.
Yeah, no, I think it's like it's incredible what people find really confusing, and it's a real revelation to you. And I think it's really important for game designers to. I think game designers not only need to like play their game with people who have never played a game before, but they need to play games with people who are bad at games. I'm constantly saying this to people. Like it's a real. I'm actually shit at games, and I'm like that. This is an asset. I am an asset on your team because the thing is, most of us in this industry are like intense nerds about what we do, and and you play the game with like your colleagues who are all really good. 50% of your players are going to be bad at your game, like just as facts, you know. And so I think that's really important. What we really found was that the narrative really pushed people along because they could understand how an argument goes. And I think because as you lower the health bars, like at 75%, at 50%, and at 25, you get another little chunk of story, and it moves it forward. So it's almost like the rules of storytelling helped them to like orient themselves a little bit more, even when they were a little bit like confused or overwhelmed by kind of how things went. But I think one of the other things is the cooking sections were a really interesting one because Dad is very encouraging to you, and Mum basically gives you zero encouragement, even if you're really good. And that was really interesting to watch people play, and you really saw people's personalities. Because I was like, no, but that's that's the joke, guys. And then like my really overachieving friend played it, and like to watch her get so frustrated at not getting praise from Mum was just like really incredible. I mean, it was great for me. I think it was traumatic for her. But yeah, no, I think you really can't underestimate that. I think what was really great was that like after you lose a few times, the game itself. We also have a character called Uncle Hinty, who's like the brown dad at the wedding that you don't want to let have the mic. But he's the guy who just comes in and does your tutorialization. It's also voiced by Eka, who's the studio director, so he just says Hinty in a bunch of really creepy tones. It's great. But Hinty comes in and is like, "Hey, do you want to switch up these settings?" So I think that really helped as well.
Awesome. Well, we'll leave it there. So big round of applause to Meghna Jang.
Thank you. Oh yeah. I really will. There you go. So I'll just leave that's my Blue Sky actually, but my email is pretty easy to find. Oh no, shoot. All right. You can also find me on the. Oh no, I don't know if this is gonna thing. It's all on the website of DVRS.
Meghna.bsky.social.
Yeah, it's just MEGHNA at Blue Sky. You'll find me.
Yeah. All right, thank you, folks. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break for lunch. So if you want to, as I said yesterday, there's plenty of cafes close by. And if you want, you're welcome to come join us in the Modal Gallery downstairs in half an hour, where there'll be an Indian classical dance performance, so it kind of segs quite well,
Yeah.
hopefully. And you're welcome to do live drawings on your iPad or pen and pencil if you want to. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that, and if not, we'll see you back here in an hour and a half. All right, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Hope you all had a good lunch, and hope you all enjoyed the dance performance. There was a point to it, hopefully, that if you've studied animation and game design, maybe it sparked some ideas about character storytelling through the eyes, using line of action, timing, pacing, the kind of stuff that we've touched upon here today. But next, because Manchester Game Centre is an organisation that is kind of like a research group across ManMet, they've been very generous in supporting this festival. Their remit is to kind of support research around games across different aspects. So today we're going to have a panel where we kind of explore some of the topics around games and diversity, crossing the industry, and some of the hot topics that we hope we don't get in trouble for. So to start, I thought we'd keep it light and maybe kind of go around the panel and ask, what is our favourite diverse video game character?
When I was a kid, it was Chun-Li. Because, I was a big Street Fighter fan, and it's like, Dalsim to a 6-year-old girl is not an appealing character whatsoever. It's like, yeah, he's brown, but yeah, Chun-Li, the massive thighs, so as a whole.
Yeah.
I think after Stuart's talk yesterday, you can see why the kicks are so powerful.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
So sorry, this is Darshana. Darshana is from Dr. Darshana is from the University of Abertay, and is a researcher in games and performativity. But yes, what is your
I would say the boss from Metal Gear Solid 3.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that diverse enough? Do I have to make it? Just pretty awesome.
So I'm a big Street Fighter 2 fan. So
Yeah.
I don't mind Dalsim, kind of a caricature.
Yeah.
But I think a really powerful moment for me was when I was playing, I think, Far Cry 2, and I came
Yeah.
across an NPC called Kurbani Singh, and it turned out from the lore he was a Mauritian character. So that was the very first time I ever saw someone represented in video games that was from my background, and it made a huge impact. I might as well throw it out to the audience as well. So how about anyone in the audience? Have they got like a favorite video game character that maybe reflects your heritage? Anyone you've played? Yeah? So across here.
I'm Natalia, I'm a Polish background. Oh, thank you. So, I mean, Geralt the Witcher, the whole Witcher universe, I think it's so beautifully done by CDPR and really reflects the Slavic culture very, very well. I mean, that Geralt is such a cool character, and I mean, he's awesome, and yeah, I think he's mine. Yeah.
So do you play the game, does it have Polish audio? Are you able to play it like that, yeah?
So initially, because I was so obsessed with learning English as fast as possible, I played it in English. However, originally it was done in Polish. And when I switched back, it's different because the translation gets a little bit lost. The jokes are a little bit darker in Polish, and it's just swear word after swear word. It's so funny. It's amazing. So I do play it in Polish now. So yeah.
Anyone else seen themselves in games? Yeah, Mike? Hello. Oh, Mike up front. Sorry.
Yeah, or Jay, yeah.
I really like Echo from League of Legends. Not because I watched Arcane, but because I'm a League of Legends player. And at the time, they had balanced him to be extremely overpowered. But then I looked into the lore, and he's just like a nerdy little black kid, and that is literally me.
And Jade at the back, yeah?
Hello. I think at the moment it's Sun Wukong from the Wukong games, just because I think it's really interesting to see how very Chinese, you can't get any more Chinese than Sun Wukong, like Chinese culture in like such a mainstream AAA space. So at the moment that'll be for me. Yeah.
Great. So we'll kind of, touching upon that, I guess I'll kind of ask the panel, what do you feel like the reality of diverse representation is like in games right now? Do you have an idea of what the impact of like the current US rhetoric might have on media production and representation in games that are coming out right now? Is that a temporary phase? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I think, so there's kind of, I think, two things going on. I think lots of platform holders, like PlayStation folks like that, are really interested in emerging markets, you know, and so I think there is definitely that desire to like open up those spaces, and they realize they kind of have to do it with culturally specific narratives, you know, and things that make sense for, you know, like why would a Chinese audience that actually is so well served by developers coming from there, making all of these great stories, not demand that, you know. But on the other hand, I do think it's a hard time to make games that are perceived as political in any way. And I think, you know, there's such a America-centrism in the industry and in the funding model. So I'm currently working on this game called All Rise, which is secretly about climate activists and taking on billionaires, but we're sort of making, but the way we talk about it really has to shift and change, because I think that's a really hard sell to fund right now. And it's just like, I don't know how climate crisis is a hard sell to fund right now. I feel like it's never been sort of more prevalent and present in all of our lives. But I think, you know, capital is always risk averse and fearful. But that doesn't mean that the audiences aren't there looking for these things. So I think it's a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And so there are two academics, Tara Fickle and Chris Patterson, who wrote a paper recently called "Diversity is Not a Win Condition." And I think there's this kind of difficulty with, you know, we know that there's problems with representation, that it could be broader. But do we want to get to a state where there's proportional representation, or do we want to be more ambitious than that? There's this kind of like larger question of like, what are we kind of aiming for overall? And I'm responsible for like all of these very serious academic books that are on the, so you can just take a photo of this and you'll kind of like get a good kind of like introduction to some of the wider issues. But we're going to keep it pretty light. It's not like, don't get fooled.
As you said, you're going to keep it pretty light. Just based on what you were saying, Darshana. Actually, so one of the things that I wrestle with in the industry, right, is that actually a lot of the movements towards diversity that are happening in big AAA spaces, and they're happening in games that I would say are very much like, say, part of the American imperial war machine. So Call of Duty has like a brown female character, and it's very hard for me to, you know, I'm a bit like, yay, more female drone operators about it, right?
Have we gotten to the imperial war machine already?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. But we're keeping it light.
5 minutes.
but right, like, you know, and the thing is, I can see that also, it in some ways, it like ticks the boxes of a very sort of corporate co-opted idea of like diversity and inclusion, right? Where, you know, let's make sure that the employees of Lockheed Martin are racially diverse. Like, I don't know that that's actually a great goal for us, right? And so even with this sort of Call of Duty thing, I think it is a realistic, there were many brown and black developers in-house that really pushed for that and feel kind of seen and represented by that. And so I think we also really have to question our kind of broader political goals around this, right? Like, you know, what does it mean to be seen and by who? And like, is it a win condition? I think that, you know, it was really you saying that made me wonder that. Is it a win condition that, and as well, like in India right now with Modi and the increasing rise of authoritarian and fascism there, you know, it sort of makes sense that this game about war and kind of oppression is featuring this brown character, and it's also, you know, representing maybe a Hindutva right wing. And does that, I kind of deny that as representation for me personally.
Yeah. I think there's something there about the nature of representation that is interesting. So just having, say, a brown or a black character or a person of certain ethnicity that's very surface level.
Yeah.
With games, the specific techniques that you can use, you can do things through mechanics like you were talking about with Thirsty Suitors. But you can also run into essentialization, because if you put race as a game mechanic, it exists in that world, you know, in a way that's not just surface level. Like, you know, if certain people learn at certain rates, it's kind of a racist sort of an idea. So you've got to be careful about like how you use the powers that games have, the unique kind of traits of the medium when you're doing something like including race. I don't think it's as simple as like diversifying and bringing everyone in. It's like the modality in which you bring them in is also important to think about.
I was actually listening to a talk from one of the designers of, I think it was Mafia 2 or 3, and forgive me.
3, I think it was.
Yeah. He's a black man and was actually discussing that one of the things that he pushed for and put into the game was that you play a black protagonist who's a Vietnam War veteran, who's like kind of, really, really experiencing a breakdown over the course of the game. And one of the things he pushed for and got was that when you as the protagonist walk by like nice white ladies in the game, they pull their purses closer and kind of clutch them closer, which is an experience that, he really had. And it's an interesting one, right? It goes to, that is a way in which those mechanics see race. And it really works in that game because it really, a lot of the game is about that racialized experience, and that's kind of accurate to that. And I thought that was really, I think really powerful to represent, maybe uncomfortable as well. And I think what he was saying was that actually it was really more white players that experienced discomfort at that, right? Which I also think that's a really helpful thing to do, to be thinking about who your audience is and who you want to make feel seen and comfortable and uncomfortable. And I think that's going to be happening, at kind of multiple levels. And I think unsettling the power structures and people and ideas that need to be unsettled is like a good goal for us to have, I think.
So like that's a couple of great examples, Call of Duty and Mafia 3. But in some ways, are they kind of rarities? Is it futile to try and like fight for our representation in these spaces? Or do you think the indie gaming sphere is an easier or more viable path for more in-depth representation around a kind of realization of race?
Yeah, I mean, I think AAA is all, I think once these ideas reach AAA, it's kind of, I feel like in some ways it's a great thing because you've sort of won the argument, right? And like even your corporate overlords are celebrating whatever Diversity Day or their pride flags. But you also, I think we've really seen in the current political climate how empty so much of that is, right? The moment the winds change, these are not, corporations don't really have real commitments to any of this. And the moment that they are happy, like it works for them to abandon you as an audience, they will. So I do think that there's like there's a real healthy skepticism to greet all of those changes, right? And I think to place it solely upon like, it's like the market forces dictate that diversity is good. And it's like, yeah, should we not maybe be doing it for some kind of moral reason? Perhaps also like is the dollar the only metric by which we decide how we behave? I think in indie, there's a lot more space for that, but I also think we really lack in order to find these new audiences and in order to fund these new games and new ideas, we really need funding in order to do that. And so, like, I'm just going back on the same idea. Yeah, the dollar is kind of the thing, right? How, unfortunately, I think even attention is so commoditized now that it's so hard to do this kind of work. And I'm constantly frustrated by the fact that, like, actually indie functions as like an and hobbyists as well. I mean, let's not just ignore that. The vast majority of the games industry is actually not fully employed. Like Brendan Keogh has a great book about that called The Video Games Industry Does Not Exist, where he really talks about how the majority of people who work in games are hobbyists, are casual, are part-time. So that is the majority of their industry. It's an R&D lab for AAA, and they do kind of feast upon all of our work and take our ideas. And and if you really want a healthy, thriving industry, these larger players should actually be pouring money into us because it benefits them as well. But that sounds far too sensible.
Yeah,
for this
I mean, that's a
tech
key
escape.
point, I think, which is that they can do a 180, as we've seen very easily. Like diversity, DEI programs in the United States have been just kind of wound back. And that happens it's the funding spigot. That one, they can always take it away. They always have that kind of capability. But I think with intellectual property as well, this kind of like, race is in some ways baked so much into some games. Like Dungeons and Dragons has recently changed things such that two types of characters, orcs and dark elves, have been taken out of the monster part of the game and put into the player character part of the game. So that is like a mechanical change that has, and to what degree can you change that and still have it be Dungeons and Dragons? Like this kind of history of the game itself playing into, real world racial kind of distinctions.
I mean, I think, and there's like the broader question for me though, which is also that like race and species are often interchanged in this, right? Like, and so the easiest way to the games industry would much rather talk about race when we're talking about fantasy races like orcs and elves, because that's somehow more comfortable to step back from that. But you see time and time again that the veil of metaphor gets you into real trouble, because you end up saying things thematically and narratively and otherwise that you may not even intend, but are like devastatingly damaging. You know, I mean, so I think you can look as a nice counterexample at, like, say, the X-Men, right? And the original comics were very much a deliberate metaphor for the homosexual community, for queer people and their persecution. There's still some difficulty there, because, like, the mutant metaphor means that, like, this persecuted minority has an enormous amount of power, and they're actually dangerous in some ways, whereas, like, that is generally not true of, like, normal queer people just trying to live their lives, right? And so it almost justifies a greater institutional kind of policing and control of them. But again, I think this is the thing, is that these are, the minute you make real people a metaphor, it's a very, very dangerous game to play. And if you know, and especially with sprawling IPs like this, you know, the control often slips out of the initial creator's hands and into, like, multiple hands. And I often think, like, actually a lot of these things, like even sort of racism, white supremacy, all of these things, they really thrive in obscurity, and it's really clarity that is a very helpful idea. And I worry about some of this stuff, that it adds to the kind of obscurity, confusion, and that there's something around, oh no, but we also want it to be fun to play or be racist to each other, or like naturalizing this idea that in any world, even a massive fantasy world with, like, huge dragons and mind flayers, like, but we must have racism. Like, how can society exist without racism? And you're like,
or people being like, there wouldn't be people of color in a European-based setting, and it's like, but dragons and like elves and dwarves and all kinds of stuff are okay. I blame Tolkien, but it's there's because conflict drives a lot of narrative, or at least that's kind of like what people are told, like narrative in that kind of hero's journey kind of way. Conflict is the engine of that, and that gets baked into the kind of games that people want to make. And they often borrow from these real-world scenarios of oppression and war and violence, and they want that drama, but without, like, can you strip it from the actual history, and to what extent do you get into trouble when you try to do that?
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, I mean, we kind of touched upon Mafia 3 just before, kind of maybe a good example of representation in the AAA sphere. But do you think there's, I mean, you kind of touched upon the different experiences that maybe white players have when playing as that character. But do you think there are ethical or psychological issues to consider when non-white gamers can play diverse characters offline? I mean, I guess we expect that people will come away with a great understanding of racism, but do you ever worry about people kind of race playing in a way and playing into, Mafia 3 is a great game, as is GTA San Andreas, but at the end of the day, they are still criminals and they're still murderers. And do you ever worry about that aspect?
I think it's an interesting one, right? And I think I ask this question in general when a game invites you to play someone oppressed. I'm thinking about, like, Deus Ex here, right? Like, where you are playing someone who's augmented, who's part of a wider oppressed sort of group, and it's sort of fantastical, so you can slightly maybe get away with it in some ways, but the fantasy of escaping the oppression is often, like, so it was so interesting. You're living in an apartheid state, you're sitting in the back of the bus, you try and move to the front of the bus, and this is like, it's so on the nose, right? And someone challenges you, and then you whip out your, like, I'm a policeman card, and actually they're like, oh, no, it's fine. So you're playing out this fantasy of being oppressed, but you're unwilling to commit to actually being oppressed in any way, right? And so it just seems really like a very sort of shallow way to kind of cope with this. And actually there's almost a failure of imagination on the devs' part of, like, how, even if I am oppressed by society or by structures, like, we all live under patriarchy, But I feel like it's really obvious that not all women are like perfect victims who have no agency or control or power. Like we might all be limited in some ways, but human beings are like incredible at finding ways to express kind of power, right? But I think it goes back to sort of what you were saying earlier, also about the verbs of a game, right? Like when so much of it is just about like brute force or violence. All of these nuances of agency and expression are a bit less hard to kind of come across, really, I guess.
I mean, you do a fair bit of work in this kind of field of performativity. Like, can you expand upon that? You know, what your thoughts are?
I think, yeah, I mean, we've been very, very critical so far. But, I mean, just seeing that performance at lunch, the dance performance, like that was extraordinarily beautiful. And there's games are such a powerful medium for conveying and communicating culture. I think there's definitely a role for expanding the possibilities, maybe with motion capture. And there's a lot of people who have like said that ephemeral art forms like dance around the world, there's maybe the opportunity for cultural preservation through incorporating them. So I think there's positive like kind of opportunities there as well, using technology that we often include in games and stuff that is worth looking at and keeping in mind.
No,
it's not all bad.
Yeah, and also like I think with the democratization of lots of these game making tools as well, right? Like it's getting easier, and it's never been more easy to kind of make your own game or be a solo dev or be able to, like, thanks to the internet and social media and organizers, to be able to like find people and then collaborate even outside of your geographic space. And I do think that is also why we're seeing so many great, really interesting games from people from all kinds of perspectives. Like I realize, given that we've been super negative, in the recent couple of years, 1,000 Times Resist, which is made by a small sort of diaspora Chinese team based in Canada, which is also about the Hong Kong riots and also about mothers and daughters in the immigrant experience, but all told through this like epic sci-fi narrative. It's so cool. It's so interesting. Like it's one of my favorite games of all time, I think. And it's amazing to see what they achieved as well, because actually, to Darshana's point, the team is actually pulling from loads of different disciplines. So from set design, from contemporary art, from all of those things. And you can really see those influences kind of reinvigorating the games industry and like level design and lighting and just how you're kind of invited to move around these spaces. I just look at the amount of work that tiny team did, and it just really, it should send shockwaves through like every big AAA studio where, here's another corridor, you know? It's really extraordinary. And then also Jenny Xiao's team just made Consume Me, which I'm not sure is publicly available yet, but it just swept the IGF Awards. And it's about a young Asian American girl, but it's like this kind of QWOP style game. I don't know if you've played like Bennett Foddy's QWOP, but you're just kind of slightly out of control of your own body. And if you've ever been a teenage girl, you will know that that's kind of how it feels. And it's really, it's a game about food and dating and self-image, but it's like so fun and so frenetic and so energetic. And I think like, and it's so I've never felt a game that makes you it makes you feel so inside that feeling of being like an insecure teenager, and it's like so beautiful. Despelotti as well, which I think is about to come out soon, which is set in Ecuador in the late 90s after this financial crash, but you're playing this little boy whose only interest is like, playing with his football and escaping. All of the adults are like, kind of consumed with the economy and politics and all of these things, and you're just like, no, but can I escape school and go and kick the ball around with my friends? And there's something really beautiful about it.
I think that one's particularly interesting as well because, and they won the audio award at the IGF, and the soundscape that they create is really unique.
Yeah.
And one of my colleagues is Ecuadorian, and he said this is the soundscape of what it was like in. So I think because in games a lot of the time, like every part of an environment has been constructed by someone with an intentionality. Unlike in film, like documentary film, where you can get this serendipity kind of happening, and there can be things, in the background they don't predict, or like this kind of, there's much more sort of So expanding the set of techniques that are involved in creating games, I think, has a lot of potential as well, where you can use photogrammetry or
Yeah.
you can use, innovative audio techniques to capture, a soundstage or something in a different way. That's an exciting thing that's happening at the moment. People are just trying so much,
Yeah.
like Judero, Jack King's
Oh,
famous
yeah.
game,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is just claymation or like plasticine
Yeah.
kind of models that he's kind of animated. Is just the most Scottish thing that I've ever kind of experienced. But also kind of just Ray Harryhausen
Yeah.
for contemporary times, and just so different,
Yeah.
which is awesome.
There's also this really lovely team who are making this game, interactive art thing called Project Pomegranate, who are really interested in preserving places that are currently being destroyed in Gaza by the war. And so it's kind of, again, like a game walking simulator acting as like a way of preserving history or reconstructing history that now is no longer accessible in creating like a digital archive or a record, as well as like reimagining things that there are no photographs of and there's maybe no archaeological evidence of, but like reimagining it based on like some oral storytelling and things like that. And I think all of that is like so interesting and so powerful as well.
So, I mean, that sounds like a great example, but do you think, as you said before, like one of the primary verbs for video games is kill and defeat and combat, maybe more so for the AAA sphere. Like, do you feel we can trust video games to tackle issues, around conflict, particularly in, maybe non-westernized areas like, the Sudan and Palestine? Like those issues might be worth covering, but do we feel like with the way the games are created and centered around mechanics of violence, is it a fair expectation for them to tackle it at AAA or?
Yeah,
or
I
at all?
I'm not sure that AAA studios should be tackling the war in Gaza, no.
No.
But there's recently Rashid's wonderful project, Dreams on a Pillow. He's a Palestinian developer based in the West Bank and is making games under occupation. He also made Layla and the Shadows of War, which is really exciting. So, and this game, it's about his real experiences. As part of the Kickstarter, he has like a contingency plan for if he's like detained or disappeared, which is just like, I complain about my working conditions, and it really puts it into perspective. And I think that's really beautiful. I think as with all kinds of art, right? Like it can be done well, it can be done badly. Should we trust anyone? Should we particularly be trusting like large mega corporations or studios to do so? Hell no, we should not trust them, and we should absolutely. And I think that's the power of also critique in a way. And I think it's important. While we're sort of a little bit rolling our eyes at like cancel culture and all of these things, I do think it's important to remember that a lot of the origins of that are really normal, ordinary people getting to say to people with enormous amounts of wealth, power, and influence, like, no, actually, maybe think about that a little bit more. And I do think that's really valuable. And I think it's from that critique. It's amazing how thin-skinned even very wealthy games executives are. Like, they do read all of the comments, which is kind of a bit sad, but it's also, I think it's a way in which the industry progresses, right? I mean, I will tell you this about my time on Horizon Zero Dawn. Part of the reason that studio made Horizon Zero Dawn Guerrilla was because the previous 2 or 3 games had been so viciously panned for their narrative that the executives and C-suite gave a whole bunch of money to the narrative team and said, fix this. I mean, it's the first time I think Metacritic has actually had a positive impact in the industry, but...
So this is what it takes.
Yeah, this is what it takes, yeah. And I was like, so actually, that it is a way in which that feedback and that change works, and I think it's only through that I would say we could trust people to do this, right? If they know that they're going to be held to account, and if they have a certain, I think any of us taking on any project have a certain amount of healthy fear. I think every creative should. Not in a like, oh, I can't say this is unsayable, but like, I want to do a good job at this. Like, I think that's just a craft question, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe that also requires having a soul.
I mean, that like any kind of creative endeavor is very risky.
Yeah.
And
it
there
should
are
be.
many other ways you could be spending your time.
Yeah.
And that are more likely, and from an investor point of view, more likely to get return on investment. So anything that they perceive as lowering that possibility,
Yeah.
that's just the way that it kind of works. But
Yeah.
yeah, so it needs to be, like if you're going to do diversity, there needs to be resource behind it. It needs to be real resource.
Absolutely. And I think also we've seen like some really great examples of games that are dealing with war. Like I think This War of Mine is one of the most like beautiful games about war and conflict. And it's really not about shooting or combat. It's really about you are playing a group of civilians during wartime, and you just kind of have to survive this bombardment, keep the morale of your team together, you know, go on scavenging missions, and it's like, it's really human. And many of the dev team of 11-bit who are based in Poland, like, that you can tell that they on the team or their friends or family have had experience of war, and like and they take it seriously. So again, like I think it's not really the topic. I think actually you can make almost any story really banal if you say, right, shooting is how we progress through it, to be honest. Like it might make more sense in war, but frankly we're doing it for everything, right? Like you know, and actually the most interesting stories of war are not ones that take place at the barrel of a gun, I think, as well.
Yeah. So we had a mention of Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah.
So we're starting to see, I guess, the rise of kind of Chinese-produced games, but possibly even really big ones, big budget games, crossing over to the West, which is really interesting and impressive. Where do you see maybe the opportunities for, you know, India, China, and you know, Africa as a continent? Like, is this an opening market for them to be exporting to the West, or should they be concentrating on developing new forms, new characters that are more domestically appealing? Is that a folly to try and chase this established Western market?
I mean, I think Jade's point about Black Myth is that it's like so Chinese. I think is a great example of this, right? Like that actually it's not in attempting to appeal to the Western market that they created this mega hit. It's by making something that really speaks to them and that is really different. Because I actually think it's really interesting in a way, like how simultaneously, like I look at indie, it's never been more diverse and more interesting, and not just in terms of like race or gender, or I'm talking about in terms of like mechanics and ideas and ways of thinking. And I look at AAA and it's never felt more stultified to me. And that's partly because of the ballooning budgets and, you know, the risk aversion and the fact that we're still targeting and trying to like, you know, it's like trying to extract more from the same field. Like it's the same group of people that we're laser focused on as an audience. And you're like, they're tired. They have 6 huge, massive AAA games a year coming out. Like they also have to go out and have lives, guys. And there's all of these other audiences. But I think people are really hungry for anything that feels different. And like storytelling traditions are different in China. So I'm obsessed with Chinese historical dramas and also romances. And I went on a like year-long cleanse of Anglophone media, really, because I was like, what, you know, it's impossible not to be affected by like narrative structures and expectations. And it's so interesting to me, like the Chinese contemporary rom-com has a totally different structure than like than like an English language one. Not that we're making a shitload of rom-coms anymore, though they are coming back in film. And so I think, you know, even that, it's not just the characters, it's not just the ideas, it's not just the culture, it's just, I think even the structures of storytelling are different, and that feels really exciting to Western audiences as well.
I hope like it will lead to new business models, like because there's different kind of like financial constraints in different parts of the world, different opportunities, different barriers. That would be really interesting to see what, like how the business side of things develops. But there's just so many worlds and stories out there to explore. Like we've heard about like Slavic culture, Chinese culture, and Orion was a RPG set in that kind of like that breadth of like cultural treasure that humanity possesses is only beginning to be explored by games. Whereas film and literature, a lot of other art forms have been doing it for such a long time. There's a lot to learn. Especially if you like take Stuart's advice on constructing creatures that make sense and like you know build some kind of you know the Chinese dragons, all these fascinating kind of like creatures.
We've also seen the rise, or maybe it's been like this for a while, the rise in kind of outsourcing production to you know Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
I mean, do you see this as a kind of you know a necessity to build up that knowledge in those areas and build up this kind of the scene in those areas of games development, or do you think this is kind of another form of neoliberal colonialism, where we fight for representation and unions and better pay in the West, and then sweep it under the carpet and outsource that to Southeast Asia?
I mean, I think it's happening regardless, because capitalism always makes money at where there's a delta, where there is a distinction, in value. So, can we kind of ensure that? I mean, yeah, it's a difficult one, I think. But the skill sets are becoming more common, and the business knowledge, all the skills that you need are becoming more and more common around the world outside of the usual kind of bailiwick of the Western games industry. So it's going to happen, and it's going to be interesting, but trying to make sure that it's equitable.
Yeah. People Make Games had this great expose about an outsourcing company in Singapore, I think, recently. And they had a wonderful line in it, which is essentially crunch is now a commodity, and we are exporting it to the global south as we get rid of it here. And I mean, that sounds pretty colonial to me. And I do also think that there is also that very, very colonial capitalist mindset of oh, these people here, yes, we're skilling them up, but they are able to do basic tasks, but not necessarily be in charge of creative direction, right? And I think that's a really infantilizing way to look at the people who are I think anyone here who's technical knows just how creative even those technical skills are. So I really do agree with Darshan, right? It's really important for us to kind of work out a way to be ethical here. And I think we're looking at this in the games are following every other industry it's super globalized, and there's all of these supply chains, and it's the clothing manufacturer here has no idea that a bunch of children were locked into a factory in Bangladesh somehow because it's a series of shell companies. And I think it's worth us being alive to that in the games industry.
I think the extraordinary range of value that this technology can create is, so there's fan labor, there's streamers, all of these different kind of ways of contributing to games and games culture. I think there was this is a very unfortunate example, but someone from a major multiplayer gaming company said that maybe kids in the Philippines can play the NPCs for, and everyone was kind of oh my God.
Sounds like an episode of Black Mirror.
Extremely, yeah, it does, but people said this.
Yeah.
So, but there are so many different ways that games create community value culture. I think that diversifying around the world is exciting, and as long as we think about equitable distribution of that value.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I just feel like you see that I think crypto and crypto games are the perfect way. I think sometimes you have to look at the worst bits of the industry to see where are the innovations and exploitation happening? And I think you really see that in the crypto game space, where you really do see people hiring low-paid workers or kids in the global south in order to farm their crypto so that they can, and so I feel maybe
or gold farmers.
Right, absolutely, right. And I think you see that in general, the NFT is no longer a thing here, but I think last winter I went to Bangalore, and there's just a whole bunch of seminars, and basically every bad idea is just exported gently to kind of the global south, and people there are exploited. So I think, sorry, it's maybe a little bit depressing. I'm just everything that we can imagine that the games industry will be bad at doing is going to happen, because I think that's just the space that we're in. And so I'm really keen on actually us all educating ourselves and getting a little bit collectively organized, because I really think that there is very little trust, and I think actually what we shouldn't allow for is complacency about these things, because I think I think the great thing about this type of technology is that it's disruptive in that way. We can move this. It's still, none of it is so bedded in, or that we haven't been doing this thing for generations that we then have to slowly change. But that does mean also that bad things can get much worse very quickly, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
So with your previous talk, I really enjoyed it. Obviously, I really enjoyed the game. And one of the things that we mentioned was intersectionality.
Yeah.
And this festival, we're largely talking about race. You know, what do you think people of color can do to support or engage with or represent kind of queer games developers or gamers within this kind of gaming space?
Yeah, I think we got to do it. So like I realized like in my previous talk, I didn't at any point say like I am a brown queer woman, which is why Jala is a brown queer woman, and it's probably useful to be explicit about that. So it's like that. I think the reality is that lots of people of color are also queer, and also and I think if we can find a way to really build on those solidarities. I think a really big first step is also like addressing the rubbish in our own house, and I think we kind of have to look within and clean our own house a little bit, which sometimes might mean having difficult conversations with mummy, daddy, and like Uncle Rajiv or whatever, and kind of objecting to some of that shit. Because I do think we all kind of have a responsibility to make things safer for each other. I do also think, for me, like when you ask that, I also think about like my experience in a lot of like, say, white queer spaces or white leftist spaces or organizing spaces. And I have really found like when race is when the people in the room don't really have a commitment to, race is also present here and race is really important. Like when it's just like, oh no, but actually like we get it because we're also marginalized. It's like, no, it's different. Like, yes, there's a solidarity there, but we're also different. Like, I can't say like that I understand the trans experience either, and I shouldn't. Like that would be incredibly arrogant of me as a cis person. I can say, well, I'm here in solidarity with you, but I'm also here to learn. And I think when race isn't present in some of those spaces, I think things quickly go bad because fundamentally the structures of the world are already creating all of these hierarchies, and if we're not like actively pushing against them, they tend to remanifest. Just like I'm sure if you've been in many rooms in the games industry, you will find like fewer women, and that means that women speak less, or like and you really kind of have to make an effort to do that, and I think lots of us are engaged in this work. But yeah, I think it is work, and I think pretending it isn't work does it a disservice.
Well, I was going to like definitely, you just made my point for me. But like that, it's who's doing the work as well. Because I was just talking to Adam from Pop and Play last night, and he was like, "We're all really busy. Like we've got day jobs and like families and stuff, and like, I mean, I'm not a race." Or ethnicity scholar. I'm a media and communications scholar. I'm like, how did I end up
your hobby.
doing diversity stuff? It's just because I had no freaking choice. The forces of the world have like been such that I've ended up probably studying this stuff more than the stuff I'm supposed to be studying. And it's that kind of like, so resourcing it appropriately. And the work is really hard because you make mistakes all the time because you can't understand other people's experience unless you actually talk to them. You tread on toes, you kind of like take wrong turns, and that's hard, difficult work to do.
Well, I guess, all the work shouldn't in theory be on our shoulders. So I guess on a more positive note, like what do you think that our white allies or our friends and colleagues, what could we say to them, or what should they be considering doing to support us in industry or us as representations in the media?
Yeah, I think some self-reflection there is important as well. Like as you were saying, cleaning our own house, maybe some of the ways that nerfing ourselves just in our own like kind of minds, and it's like not going for stuff in the first place, or and looking at our classrooms about who's making games or who wants to make games, like these pipeline problems. That's a horrible term, but.
But do you think say working in the studio and you've got a lot of white friends and white bosses, if you were to speak to those, like whether it's a futile attempt or not. What do you think they could be doing, or maybe some of the students in the audience, what can they consider to do to be better allies in this space?
I think go and see and play and engage with the work of people of color, right? Like, and I think this is the thing. I think there's this sort of ingrained idea because of dominant culture that like a white protagonist is for everyone, and then a brown protagonist feels niche. So one of the most frustrating responses to Thirsty Suitors would be like when white streamers would play this game and be like, so I'm not the audience for this game, but I really love it, you should play it. And I'm like, why? Do you have a family? Have you had relationships before? Like, then you're the audience for the game. It's for you. Just because there's a brown face on it doesn't mean it's like, it's niche. So I think getting over that hurdle of this is not for me. Yeah, it is for you. It may not be like for you, like looking in a mirror for you, but it is for you. And please don't, so I have a counter example, which is like, please don't be this person who's like, I talked to this like white acquaintance of mine who is like, and I was like, oh, but we were talking about Black Panther, and she was like, yeah, no, but I'm not going to go opening weekend because I don't want to intrude on this black space. And I was like, go to the fucking cinema. Like, no, that's not being an ally. That's you. Anyway, so that's the thing. I think it's like, just go engage with our work and like convince the corporate overlords who have money that like actually people are interested.
I mean, sometimes when I work with some great students,
go to the box office. Most importantly, like
don't not go on opening weekend because you may be intruding. Like, yeah.
Well, sometimes some developers I speak with who are sympathetic and want to do more, sometimes live in a kind of state of fear or paralysis of doing the wrong thing, of not doing representation right. Is that something they should be afraid of, or should they be taking proactive steps to do it right?
I just also, not to be a dick about it, but like, let's all grow up. Like, being wrong is part of like life. And I think getting good at being wrong is a really like nice thing to do. And,
especially
like,
if you're on management money, like you should be able to kind of like take responsibility a bit.
Absolutely, right? And also I think, the idea that like the woke mob has a guillotine outside every room and like being cancelled doesn't actually mean that most of the people were cancelled are making shitloads more money than they are now. So actually the consequences are a little bit of social shame, and like that's okay. Trust me, it won't kill you. Like, and it's good. Like, actually, shame is not the worst thing. Like, shame performs lots of really good functions. I'm not saying that, like as an Indian woman is, like, very dangerous. Like, there's all sorts of shames that you should completely ignore. But I think it's okay. Like, I think part of that is also that maybe we need to all stop pretending that we're so pure, right? And I think there is a really nuanced thing to also understanding someone's, like, intentionality. And we are going to disagree about the boundaries of some of it, right? And like, obviously, we need to be in a place where people aren't harmed, but also sometimes hearing hard things isn't harm. So again, like, I think these are kind of nuanced things that we need to actually like be grown up about. And I think these are also things that like we have to acknowledge. We live in this societal, like, social media thrives on our outrage and virality and I think there's a way in which like we start thinking when we're on there as well. You're like constantly like wanting to critique or tear people down or like, make the hot take or whatever. And I don't know that that's really sort of helpful, right? Like, I think we are all feeling increasingly atomized and lonely and all of these things. And I think relearning how to live in community is part of that. Like, I think and I really think that, personally, and I know people may have had different experiences, like, there have been times where I have like misgendered someone, I have like fucked up on someone's name, I've mispronounced something, and the actually most marginalized people that I have made a mistake with have been so kind and so gracious and so willing to like see past all of that. Whereas because most of them are really used to it. Like, I'm used to correcting people about pronouncing my name. Like, I'm gonna roll my eyes a little bit, but like,
I got a cab, and the cab rolled up with Satan instead of Satish once. So
I'll let that pass. That's an upgrade. Right?
That's so cool, man.
Kenny shared a really touching, vulnerable moment earlier. I think it really speaks to that, where all we can really do is try, and it's not the end of the world if we do face some pushback. I guess the point is really trying.
But I think that example is like, these are complex terrains that we're trying to navigate. It is not easy, and there are some times where it will lead to a outcome that only time can heal.
Yeah.
And that's just the nature of cultural exchange and like having different people working in similar places.
Yeah.
I would definitely recommend out of this. So I've kind of constructed this. If you do want to like kind of get across things, efficiently, Keon West's recent book, The Science of Racism, that is really good because he's an experimental psychologist and he runs through the scientific evidence for the existence of racism. It's like there is scientific consensus, and people can, there's very clever experiments that people have done. For example, like using CVs and the response rates to CVs to demonstrate it. It's not a matter of opinion, and he's very level-headed. He doesn't give any political opinions, and then he, like at the end of the book, he kind of like goes through, here are some moves you can make. If you are interested in kind of creating a more equitable workplace, for example, here are some things you can do. And then the second book up there, Policing the Crisis, that is the OG. Like Stuart Hall is probably the greatest thinker about this stuff of all time. So if you read those two in the middle, then you'll be like 90% there. And then if you want more recent stuff, that's over here. And the OG kind of like stuff is on that side. So, but Keon West's book is really, really good if you want science and actionable moves that you can make.
Cool. So I know got kind of deep there, but I wanted to open it up now. If anyone feels like they've got a burning question to our panel.
Especially now that I've rolled my eyes at you and said, you just grow up. It's like really welcoming.
Yeah, so if you got a lady down at the front. So if you just want to say your name and then, yeah.
Hi, I'm Mylin, and I'm a 3D environment artist in my final year of games art. But I'm also really interested in games scholarship and research about this kind of stuff because I think it's important to me as a female woman, like a woman of color, and also just I think important as well for like contextualizing like my practice because. I obviously want to get into making games and promoting and building sort of the diversity that's like really important. But equally, I think it's also really important to research and talk about it. So I guess this is, I think everything that's been said is like really insightful. And I guess this is more of like a career sort of question. But I'm really interested in eventually kind of merging my practice of like developing games with sort of doing research about it and stuff, and I was kind of just wondering about what pursuing that kind of pathway would be like. Yeah.
Do a PhD.
Yeah, that's the eventual goal, but I don't know, like, I feel like I know the sort of the sort of pipeline, I guess, into doing
I was
research.
joking, but like,
yeah.
Yeah, do a master's first and see if you like it, and then like, I think. But are you here? Is Satish one of your lecturers?
No,
No?
I'm somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. That's allowed.
So I think because funding in the games industry is a bit dicey. One of the things that I've definitely been thinking about is research. Like if a game has genuine research questions where we're going to learn something new, then maybe there's some opportunities there to do. And there's a long tradition of serious games kind of work. So it would depend on the research questions and exact skill sets that you want to bring and stuff like that. But I'm sure there would be like people here or up at Abate who could have like that chat with you. So just like shoot an email to us and we'll be able to advise for sure.
I mean, the other option is to actually work in the games industry and then occasionally get invited to academic conferences.
Yes. Let's not talk about that too much. But yeah.
Well, so for me, like my advice is always to center your interest in something personal. So I always love it when students, they want to produce environmental artwork. And I always ask them to look inwards, like where are you from, where are your parents from, like what is the unique aspect of your identity and your hometown, and I want to see that represented, not just another war zone. And I think that applies to everyone as well, not just people of color. I think that one game I was playing was Thank Goodness You're Here,
Yeah.
like quintessentially northern, hilarious. So I want to see more of that, and I want to explore. I'm really interested in exploring what place means in video games. So wherever you go on your journey, I think just keep a focus on what really interests you and what is personal, and you'll find a niche eventually through that path. Maybe a master's, maybe a PhD. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. Sure. Anyone else?
Yeah, my name's Yusuf. I'm a game programmer. It's a bit of a long question, so I tried to cut it down as much as I could. But you discussed how recent anti-DEI in America might affect gaming on a broader scale, but I was wondering about some specifics in the UK. So I imagine companies that were completely based in the UK won't necessarily be affected too much, but what I'm more curious about is, well, for some context, I have a contact that used to work at Epic Games, and as you might know, Epic Games is primarily based in the US. The last time I spoke to them, they told me that the culture at Epic Games was very diverse. It was very it was very open at that time, but of course they're not there anymore, so they can't confirm with me anymore. But I was curious how you think the current situation in the US would affect US companies that are based in the UK rather than, how would it affect, the work culture, how would it affect, would titles have less diversity in them? Because the games are being made in the UK, yeah, but I'm pretty sure they're being managed in the US, right? Or that's where they decide things. So I was curious how you.
I mean, personally, I think that there'll be a short-term influence. Most political figures, or I'm not going to get specific, most political figures are only in power for 3-4 years or whatever it is. So I would hope within a 3-4 year window, things will change. And games take a long time as well. So personally, I just try and ride it out and hope for the best. But, I don't know what you guys
Yeah, with
think.
the tariffs as well, maybe there won't be an economy. It might all be moot.
Remember the economy.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah, was it yay or nay on the economy? Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this also really comes down to, I think this is where you really find out what the company culture is really like. If these ideas have been really bedded in, then they will ride this out. And if it was surface level, then it will be proved to be surface level. So I think a lot of employees will be seeing actually the reality of whether their leadership truly believes in these ideas. Yeah, and I think with a lot of this, I think it's just I think the tariffs are also going to be really interesting. I think the massive layoffs as well. The American games industry, I think there's a whole bunch of stuff that happened in the last 2 years or so that I think we're only going to see the downstream effects of in 3 to 4 years as well. Because I think there's also going to be, I think now there's loads of really interesting AAA games coming out, but they've decimated. Many of the AAA studios have decimated the expertise in there. And I think you're going to see those impacts happening in kind of 4 years. So as someone who does somewhat wish for the fall of the American empire, I mean, I think it's an interesting moment. Culturally as well,
I mean,
to decenter it.
There are huge changes taking place and new alignments of just massive forces around the world, and that's definitely going to have big effects on who works with whom and under what conditions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the UK games industry, I think I would be very unsurprised if there are lots of people having conversations about how they could use this as a moment to really kind of take up their role. I mean, the UK punches above its weight anyway in terms of the games industry, but also I've had conversations with people working in film and TV where they're it behooves us to maybe decouple our market a little bit, our industry from America, and I think there's an opportunity for lots of people to start taking up that mantle, perhaps it's I think
I think the Anglosphere has kind of gone a little bit crazy over the last sort of decade. So that sort of the ramifications of that may mean, as you say, maybe we'll get a bit closer to Europe in some ways. There'll be new opportunities that arise from that. Money always comes with strings, but the exact way that works, I think, as you say, depends on local leaders and local kind of possibilities. So.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I
thank you.
think we'll just have one more question, and then we'll shift to a break. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jasmine, and I'm an artist and educator, but digital artist, so I make art games sometimes. And I'm wondering, like, within the art, like contemporary art sphere, there's a rise of games. It's still kind of niche, but not so niche, and it's a growing market. Galleries are becoming really aware of that and trying to invest more in digital infrastructure to exhibit this kind of stuff. The sort of art games that I see are super political, very diverse, addressing all of these things that we've been speaking about. I suppose my question is, does that affect games? Do we see the two industries uniting a little bit? Any personal experiences with this? Does art sit in a really different area? Because I've never been in a traditional games environment. I've only ever known it through the sphere of art. So I just wanted a bit of a more gamey research take on the two disciplines.
Yeah, I love that. I would love it if more fine artists came to actual games conferences, and I'd love if game developers engaged with fine art as well. I do think it's on both sides. Like I've spoken with like a whole bunch of fine artists in the like interactive space, and sometimes it's been quite frustrating to me that they have so little knowledge of the commercial games industry. Especially if they're maybe wanting to make a commercial game. But, you know, like I ended up explaining what an NPC was to a fine artist who was like, I've done this really exciting thing where like these like little blobs like act on their own volition. And I was like, so they're NPCs, right? And then she's like, oh, wow, is there a term for it? And I'm like, yeah, there is a term for that. Like there are innovations that we have here. I would love to see more cross-pollination across all of these things personally. Like I think that would be great and really healthy for the medium. How does that happen? We need to like bus games
places,
developers
unfortunately,
into
you know, that's one of the
galleries.
advantages of places like Soda. It's like
That's
a real,
true.
you know, we've got these things on the wall called collabs where we bring across people from art and photography and filmmaking, and sometimes it gets messy, and sometimes it's a bit of like a culture clash and a language kind of interchange. But I think, like we said earlier, that the budgets for these AAA games are ballooning. The conservatism in gameplay, kind of goes up with that. So indie is definitely one way to go to explore innovation. But I think the art sphere and the art world is definitely another. So hopefully places like Soda can continue to nurture that.
There are festivals where that crossover, like the MA's festival.
Yeah, that's definitely worth going to if you haven't been. It's so good.
I remember they got sponsored by Razer once, and then all these glowing green gamer computers running just tiny indie games. And it's like, at least the indie games are running at like 90 FPS. That's so nice. But yeah, they're that kind of curatorial space. So there's people like Marie Fulston, like Sarah Brin, who are like doing that curatorial work to bring in those cool art games. But I think it's super exciting, and like, you know, even if fine artists have those misconceptions, to bring the new ideas.
Yeah,
and
yeah, exactly. Like I think there's way more like to be said in the interstices, and I definitely like, you know, game people who work in games, please engage with media other than games challenge, you know, level like it's just I'm always excited. I love it when game developers like go and see a play or read a book or watch a movie that isn't a microwave.
And as an Australian good news story, the Untitled Goose Game guys, they're from a fine arts background. And they made a lot of money from that game. So yeah, it's possible.
There you go. So the message of today is read a book, and Darshana's given you lots of examples. So I want to say a big thank you to our panelists for today. Thank you. And we'll take a quick break. I know things got a bit heavy there, but we'll have a quick break and we'll come back at 3. All right? Thank you, folks. Okay, folks. If you want to start coming back, and we'll get started in a second. Okay, so after a bit of a heavy midday panel, hopefully we'll get back to lighter fare maybe. And I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker. Our penultimate speaker for today and the festival is UI Art Director at 100 Star Games. She's previously worked as the lead UI artist at Rocksteady Games on Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and a senior lead UI artist at Ubisoft on Trials of the Blood Dragon and Trials Fusion. Today, she's going to be sharing her journey from Singapore to AAA studios like Ubisoft and Rocksteady, and exploring the evolution of game UI, the roles of UX and UI in modern development. Please welcome Helen Kaur.
Okay. Woo! Is my mic? Can you hear me? Okay. Is it loud enough? Okay, now it is. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my talk. Before I start, can I check if there are any like UI UX people who are like actually interested in going into UI and UX? Okay, I will just stare at y'all then, okay, y'all? No, jokes. Okay. Hi, I'm Helen. I'm the UI art director at 100 Star Games. I noticed that my hair has all turned white since this photo, so I should probably update my LinkedIn at some point. Anyway, for this talk, I will take you all through my personal journey, like through my career from Singapore to where I am now, and also talk about the different roles in UI, UX, and tech UI, and then also share some cultural things I've noticed working in different countries and different studios, and then, of course, portfolio tips. And then I'm quite ambitious with this talk, but I'm also going to go through like evolution of game UI, through the history of UI, like just quickly, just a quick one. And then also different types of UI. So you all are going to be like some sort of UI experts, whether you like it or not, by the end of this. Okay, so this is like some of my portfolio work. So it's a mix of game UI and personal illustration work as well. So over the time I've worked in game UI, I've always done my own side projects at the side as well. I've been in the games industry for about 15 years now. Like Satish mentioned, Rocksteady and Ubisoft and 100 Star Games at the moment. And yeah, so let's get straight into the beginning. So I'm from Singapore, if I didn't mention it yet. And I am the youngest of four sisters, so four of us. You can guess by the color tint of this photo, I am from 1900s. I heard that's what they say now. And then there's me, Girl Scout, I think, or Girl Scout in secondary school, living my best life with that expression on my face. In secondary school, this is after secondary school with my Muppets t-shirt, but I've been a huge gamer since like my dad bought us the Nintendo Entertainment System, NES. So I was playing games throughout my childhood, like Sega, Genesis, and GameCube, and PlayStation, and PC games. So huge gamer. So after secondary school, I was like, I want to do something practical. So I looked through a bunch of courses in different polytechnics. And then I saw one course called Digital Media Design, and it had like game design in it, and it said like, you can work in games with this course. And I was like, yeah, that's it. I'm going to apply to that. And my second choice was actually programming, which is quite funny, like art or programming. I didn't really like think things that much through at the time. Anyway, so I got in that course. My fate was not to be a programmer. And these are like some of my course mates. I have that blue bomber jacket at the front, which I wish I still had. But yeah, some of them are still my good friends. Some are not. No, kidding. So course was really cool. We covered a lot of like fundamentals, like graphic design principles and live drawing, color theory, and then 2D animation, 3D modeling. And then for the final project, we did a game on Quake engine. So this was Quake time. And this was like 2001. And so I was a level designer for one of the levels in the game. And I was like, that's it, man. I want to be a level designer. Like, that's it for me. That's so cool. I want to work in games. And then this is like my little portfolio showcase, graduation showcase that we had. My colleague, if she's watching in the live stream, she asked me if that is a prop. The computer was a prop. I was like, no, those are actual computers from 2001, and it could run Photoshop, okay, and 3D Studio Max. So that was a CD-ROM of my portfolio in that. And I, of course, had to have a lava lamp for no reason. But yeah, so then when I graduated, this is in Singapore at the time, there's not that much games industry at the time, so actually there was not any jobs really for me. So I was jobless for a while, and my mom was putting these ads on my table and stuff like to just get a job. So some of my friends got a job as a lighting artist for like some contract work for some kind of animation in Canada or something. So I just signed up. I could use 3D Max, so I signed up, and then it was like for 6 months or something. I can't remember, it was so long ago, but after working with 3D Studio Max for such a 6 months in a row, I was like, I actually don't really like it. I don't think 3D is actually for me. I'm not doing it in my free time. Clearly, I don't really have the passion for it. So then I was like, oh well, I guess that's it then. And then I started to just apply for graphic design jobs because, okay, that's what I could do. So yeah, so I went into just graphic design instead. And then a couple of years later, 2008, so I was working as a graphic designer in a UX team. So that's when I was introduced to this world of user experience. There was like people who were like interaction designers who did degrees in like user experience, like whoa, it's a whole thing. So this is like smartphone era, like mobile UX is huge, web design is huge. And I learned about, whoa, okay, there's this whole psychology to like the users. Oh, when are they using the app? Oh, it's when they're on the toilet, so they only have like 10 seconds to get the stuff done, or how to hook them really quickly. So it's really cool, really interesting. And we were doing work for Nokia, mainly at the time. And then Nokia kind of went, wee, and then they started doing layoffs, so I was like, okay, I have to find another job then. So I saw an ad for UI artists in a game studio, and this was a game studio that was making games on Facebook. So Farmville days, I was playing Farmville, so I was like, oh my God, yeah. And then I applied, and then I got that job because I had that UX experience, and of course also being a gamer. So I was like super happy that I got a job there. Then, so I worked there for about 2 years, and then people kind of stopped playing Facebook games. So then there were layoffs once again, and I had to look for a job once again. And then one of my colleagues there had joined Ubisoft, and she was like, hey, just apply here. We're looking for UI artists. And so in that studio, I was the first UI artist they hired. They didn't have anyone. It was 2D artists who was doing the UI, and they were like, take it, we don't want to do that. I'm like, okay. And then I applied to Ubisoft, did some interviews and art tests, and then I got that job. And I was like, oh my God, because it was like doing the trial series, which is like games for like PlayStation and Xbox. I was like, now I'm in the big leagues, I'm in the big dogs, like even to design the gamepad buttons like X, square and all, I was like, wow. So that was super fun, and then we shipped Trials Fusion, and to watch people playing the game, just stand behind their shoulder, like breathing, like, that's me who designed that menu. It was like super, they're not having any issues, yes. So that was like super, super cool. So I was there for a couple of years. I think this is already maybe 2015 or something. And then I was always drawing and doing my own illustrations in my free time, like printing T-shirts or trying to go to like art festivals and stuff. So my portfolio always had like the game UI work stuff, and then a lot of my own like personal projects as well. And I think because of that, then I got a little message from Rocksteady like, hey, we have a senior UI artist role. You want to have a chat? I'm like, yeah, like, I mean, these like Arkham games, so I had a chat with them, and then they offered the role, and obviously I had to take it. Like, so I moved to London, joined Rocksteady, and then I was there for like 7 years. Shipped Suicide Squad, crazy ride. That was very good learning experience. And then the Rocksteady founder started a new studio, 100 Star Games, so I'm there. And yeah, I've been there for about a year plus, and yeah, really enjoying it there and having a good time. Shout out to my colleagues there. But yeah, so that's my whole career journey, which was a lot of twists and turns. And if you have any questions, of course, you can ask me more later. But now, we go into the jobs. So UX, so what is UX means? It means user experience. In games, sometimes we also call it like player experience. So it's about figuring out the motivation of the player. So different people, we play games for different reasons. Some people play to relax, some people play for competition, some people play like, for me, like I like horror games also, just to, I don't know, make myself scared. So with that knowledge, you think about, okay, then how do we feed that information with how players are interacting with? And you also ask a lot, like, oh my God, my phone is, my watch is so excited, but you ask about, like, you know, how do they feel at this point? Do they feel how we want them to feel at this point of the game? You ask if the controls are consistent. You do all the wireframes. You do player tests. You iterate over and over again. So it's quite like it's everything before the visuals, basically. And yeah, it's about shaping the player's mindset, shaping their experiences based on the game that you are creating. So like a really good UX, it's invisible. When it's done really well, same with UI, you don't really notice it when you've done a good job, but when it's bad, everyone knows and everyone's gonna scream at you, so. And then UI stands for user interface, so it's when things become visual. So that's where I had been working a lot of my career. So if you have, sometimes they already have a style guide, so you just follow, okay, they've given you the font, the color and everything, and you just create the layouts. You do have to have a good understanding of graphic design principles, color theory, layout design, and like, I don't want to sound patriotic, but like common sense of what works and what's confusing to people. For me, I get frustrated very easily and confused very easily. So I think that makes me a good UI person, because if it's too complex, I'm like, I get very irritated. You will also have to think about motion because of transitions, like VFX as well. So sometimes you might have to do mockups in like After Effects and stuff like that. It really depends on the project. But motion is also really important with UI. So like if you have like background in graphic design, or even if you're not working in games, you can transition into games with this background. And then tech UI, it's more recent. It's kind of a niche role. It's come up in the last few years because there are coders who have shifted more into tech UI, and then there are designers and artists who also shift into tech UI. So what does it mean? It's the people who make it actually work in the engine, in the game. So you have all the visuals. You'll take it, you break it down into components, you create your component library. You should have some knowledge of coding language, because a lot of blueprints use coding language. Sometimes this just comes up along the way while you're working on the job. And for me, like over the years, because I've been very visual, I actually really like this part. I started to do this a lot more in the last few years, because in Rocksteady we did implementation work. Sorry, I'm talking so much that I'm just losing my breath. Let me drink some water. Just talking about working. Rocksteady. So it's a lot of, I personally really enjoy the tech side, because I think like it's really powerful when you can get things to work on your own without any support, and you can test it and you can iterate it over and over again until it's exactly how you want without asking a coder. Like I really enjoy that. And I think like understanding the boundaries of what you can do in the engine is really useful and valuable as a designer, because you know exactly what you're working with and how the visuals then translate and break down into the game. I think it's really powerful. And then, oh yeah, I forgot this one more slide. The jobs will vary a lot, and the software also varies a lot, because it depends a lot on, well, what engine are they using. A lot of studios, they will use their own engine. Software for making wireframes, it depends. Some places use Figma, some might be XD, some is a free-for-all. Use Illustrator, InDesign, whatever you want, Photoshop. So the processes are quite different depending on the studio you join. And the job descriptions could be different as well. Sometimes they will say UI designer. But what does that mean? Do I have to do visuals, or is it just wireframes? Sometimes it's UI artist, but then they also ask you to do wireframes. So when you are looking at the jobs, it's good to just read the job description, ask questions like what exactly is needed. And for me, I have done a lot of different things in all the different UI jobs. In the Facebook job, I was doing Photoshop mockups and also implementation in Flash, which doesn't exist anymore. Rest in peace. And then in Ubisoft, I didn't touch the engine at all. They had their own engine, so I was just doing Photoshop mockups. In Rocksteady, it was everything. It was wireframe, mockups, implementation, animation, material, and over and over and over and over again. And actually, because I did that, I found that I really like working in the engine. So I think it doesn't hurt to just try things out and experiment, and you might surprise yourself what you might actually enjoy until you try it. So that seems to be a lot of my career, like, I want to be level designer. No, I don't. Okay, I will go through this quite quickly. So we just want to take you quickly through like the history of game UI from where we started to where we are at, so we can get like a bigger picture of like what's going on now and actually how much power we have now to shape the games however we want to. So 50s and 60s, huge lab machines in research labs and in unis, and some engineers were like, maybe we can actually make some games with it. So these were like the first games that were made by a computer. This one is called Space War, came out in MIT, multiplayer game. Then there was Tennis for Two, also built on like an oscilloscope. So that's like pretty cool. People just want to play in the end, right? At the end of the day, have fun. 70s, you had TVs. Everyone's TV started to be more affordable. We all know Pong. So there was a console called Magnavox Odyssey that launched, and then it didn't do very well because of marketing reasons and other reasons as well. Sorry? Yes, it didn't have any sound as well. That was the main reason. They were like, trash, burn it. And then Atari came out, and then they had released a lot of games, and Pong was one of them. And then, of course, you have the high scores. I mean, not high scores, just a scoreboard. Kind of like in real life, right? When you're competing, you're not going to keep track of your score. They're like, oh, yeah, we need to put scores here. And then 80s, you got the arcade era. So this is no internet days, okay? Like, you go to the arcade, and that's where, when you had the leaderboards there, and you see, like, who is that person? Who is AAA? Like, how did they get that score? So that was actually, like, really cool. So the developers realized, like, well, we want people to spend the coins. Let's put leaderboards, high score. So the UI of the high score became also motivation, because you wanted to get that name on the leaderboard for all the kids to see, even though they probably wouldn't know it was you. So anyway, also little cute icons, graphical icons right there, Pac-Man's lives and invisibility with the strawberries, still very cute. And then we had, of course, needs no introduction, Super Mario, really smart UX, because it's all through like level design, like you go forward, you can't go back. The sprite changes when you get bigger. It's like, oh great, you powered up, hit the glowing boxes. And because this is cartridge era, so the storage is really small, the bush and a cloud is the same texture. So they reused a lot of texture to make the most of the small storage space. And then, okay, simple HUD, let's just mention the UI. HUD means heads up display. It's like info that's just on the screen, just to throw it out there. Zelda was like actually like an open world game. Back then, games is like start and game over. It was like open world. It had like a narrative. You could explore dungeons. It even had like inventory, and it introduced also save functionality on the cartridge. So I remembered it as you could save and it would give you a code, because I remember doing that. But I asked ChatGPT, and apparently it's not Zelda. So I don't know what has happened to my memory. But anyway, just had to mention, give shout out to Zelda, because this is like, many people consider this the start of the action-adventure genre. And then, the 1990s, this is like my favorite era, Halen. So my friend Haley is the UI director at Lucid. So we've done this talk of just about the history of UI before. So people used to confuse our name, call her Helen and me Haley. So we sat next together in Rocksteady. So we were like, then just call us Halen then. Anyway, so this was like my favorite era of games. So cartridges changed to CDs, more storage, bigger games, got cinematics, richer audio. So when the games were getting more complex, the UI had to be more complex to support all the information. Like, so you started to have more mini-maps and leaderboards, inventory systems. Also, that's that one. Fallout had they actually started to skin the UI as well, according to the game, which was really cool. The Tomb Raider, I saved over my sister's save slot when I was young, and I thought I was going to die. So then I played it. I remembered where I played it exactly to that point, and then saved it. She never noticed. I was like, oh my God, that was like the worst thing ever. And then in the 2000s, at this time you also have, this is the time where I was working in UX, and smartphones, that whole field outside of games was getting huge, web design and all that. So games, of course, with the technology as well, all the consoles coming out, getting bigger and more complex. And so the UI started to, like the studios realized, like, okay, we need people who might actually specialize in this, because, you know, a lot of artists, they want to draw characters and environments. Like, we don't want to do menus, man. Like, can you just find someone else, just hire someone who actually does this? So that's when game studios started looking outside, and people like me managed to like, I got in. And then in the 2010s also, ooh, hello. 3D menu, so it's a kind of thing where you could, because we had the technology, so you could do anything, but do you actually want to do everything? So this was when, like, you know, games were like pushing boundaries of like, oh, what can we do in menu, 3D menu? So when Dirt came out, it was like, wow, the main menu is like in 3D, oh, we're back. And Brutal Legends as well. So it's really cool visually, but then functionally can be a bit irritating to use when you just want to go A to B. It's like, okay, now I have to sit through all these animations. So it's the battle of form versus function, which is a constant graphic design UI battle. Like, you can do everything, but functionality comes first at the end of the day. The UI is not the game is the game. And then a big game changer, of course, have to mention Dead Space. This is when the word diegetic also started coming out a lot. They have very good talk as well about this. But this is when, like, so the player, the character in the game is looking at the UI, so it's like completely, fully integrated in the narrative. So UI artists really love this because it's like, UI is more than just menus, okay? It's actually in the game, the health bar was the spine of the character. So, and to do this, it's really difficult and it's really challenging. So this was like one of those UIs that like a lot of UI artists like myself really admire. And also, you can check out their GDC talk because they really go through in detail how they designed it, and it was really cool. Had to mention also Destiny and their cursor, because when so PC games use cursor, that's normal. Consoles, we use the sticks to navigate. So to use a cursor with the sticks, it is quite challenging because you have like a circle that's going all over the place. To make it feel really good and get in the buttons where you want it to, it is actually technically very challenging. So a lot of times when we use this, like in a map system, you would have a fixed cursor in the center of the map, and then even then, it's a challenge to get it to snap on the mission icons just right. So the fact that they did this, and they did it really well, and it worked really well for them, they also have a GDC talk about this, but it also gave the UI people like a lot of flexibility on like, oh yeah, we can just pop the panels up. It's not docked. We don't have to save screen spaces for information. So it was really cool and was like for UI people like, oh, cursor in a console game. Wow. And then after this game came out, a lot of other games also did cursors, but you know, lessons were learned. It is not that easy actually. And then I just made this slide. How was my time? Okay, it's good. This slide of just putting a bunch of UI because like at the moment we can pretty much do anything we want to do with UI. I love like the Star Wars series, the Jedi Survivor, because they use a lot of 3D assets with 2D and it works really well functionally and it's beautiful. Graphic design, typography, fantastic in Hitman and Control. I love the illustrations in Hades, Hi-Fi Rush, crazy comic style. And then the VFX in Need for Speed Unbound and this new Street Fighter. It's like so funky and so fresh. And then to do like a monochromatic UI like that is brave, that is bold, and it suits the game really well. So I just want to show like there is so much that you can do depending on the game that you're delivering, of course. Creatively, there's like so many directions you can go, and it is actually really cool, really fun. I just had to mention Persona because when I play this, so usually when you design UI, you try to keep it, okay, straight, aligned. Especially UI artists, we are very like, it's 4 pixels off, it's not aligned. And they were like, oh, yeah, slanted text, like some text with a background, colors, but then it works. Like when you play the game, it works and it suits the game really well. So I always like really respect studios and teams when they really push, like they just go out there and they do something so different and so creative. And then they nail it as well. They nailed it so well that you know you have made it as a UI person, and someone even actually cosplay your UI. It's like, oh, wow, amazing. Okay, UI categories. Now we go a little bit technical. I told you all will know so much about UI, whether you like it or not. But so in the 2000s, there's this talk about a lot of UI categories. It came from game design kind of discourse, I guess it's called. And then Christine Jorgensen, she published a research paper and then a book, and she further explained these 4 different categories and why do we want, like, why even talk about this? So when you are designing a game or like the UI, the experience of the game, firstly you think what kind of game are you making? Why are people playing it? What's the experience you're trying to deliver? And then with these categories, it helps us to like also communicate that to the rest of the team, like, okay, we're doing a diegetic UI because of these reasons. And it doesn't have to be like rules, like it's only one or the other, you mix and match. So non-diegetic, or I don't know, is it GIF, diegetic? So diegesis, I don't know if I'm saying it right. It comes from the Greek word narration. So non-diegetic, and I saw ChatGPT, or my colleague says Jackie Chan, told me that the non-diegetic and diegetic term comes from film, where about audio, whether the person in the film hears it or the audience. So this is the most common UI. It's just information for you, the player. Oh, here's your inventory, this is the start screen, here's your settings. Not saying it in a boring way, it is important. But, and then you have this is a mod of World of Warcraft. Because some people, they are like, I need all the information, tell me everything that's happening now on the screen. So it's like the most flexible kind of UI to build, because you can build it seamlessly while the game is being developed. And even if the game design changes, you can tweak it. You usually don't skin it until a bit further along when the style guide comes. So most games, like, it's pretty standard to have. You pretty much have to have it usually for start menu or settings, this kind of stuff. So then you have the diegetic UI. So this is more like the Dead Space example. So it is UI or information that the character in the game is looking at. So I've been playing Silent Hill 2 Remastered, and it's like a horror game, so obviously they want to keep you in the horror, in the tension. There's no escape. You can't go out. You can't press back and go into back menu. Okay, you can pause. But Alien Isolation is another great example. They want to keep you in the fear. They could put this all as just basic graphics on the screen. Yes, they could. But no, of course you choose that because I want you to be scared of the alien. And then Alan Wake, their whole like menu, when you go into this mind place, because you are playing a detective, so they've made this whole detective wall that you look through and all the cases, which is really cool, and it works really well as well. And of course, Fallout example, once again, they've been doing like, they've actually been skinning their UI from the start, haven't they? The Pip-Boy, it's a, the character is raising their wrist and looking through the menus there. Actually, futuristic games get away with it because they can put holograms in the game, so it's like, God damn it, holograms, of course that works. And then they also released an actual Pip-Boy that you could buy and connect it to the game, which is pretty sweet. Spatial UI, so this is information that is in the environment. So when you're playing a game, you're looking in the level, you're looking at where to go. So it's nicer sometimes to put the information in the place you're looking, so your brain doesn't have to process like, oh, icons popping out, text. Inside the game, what's happening? It's a lot of cognitive load. So using spatial UI is a good way to kind of relieve that load for your brain. So obviously, sparkles don't exist in Red Dead Redemption in the cowboy world. But okay, it's for tracking. You as a player, you get it. It's fine. Like I don't care that it's what could be the actual thing in a Western world. The text I took a screenshot when the guy was getting shot, and then I was like, I'm not gonna look through more footage. But I really like in Splinter Cell, all their missions and stuff, the text was appearing in the world. I actually haven't checked how they localized it. I would be curious to see how the text would be in other languages. Left 4 Dead, body outlines, that's a very common spatial UI, interactions, outlines around objects, and then, gates, I guess? I think, what did I take that from? Need for Speed? I think I took that from, oh yeah, look at the funky VFX. That I knew it's Need for Speed Unbound. And then you got meta. Meta is a bit more, not say complex, but sometimes I get confused by this category, but it is information for you, the player, but kind of trying to follow the narrative. So example is blood spatters or camera effects when things break. So it kind of feels like it's not like a health bar. It's still kind of telling you that, hey, you're going to die, but still like within the narrative of the game. And then speeding games, racing games use a speedometer a lot, like from the dashboard. I think I took this from GTA 4, where he has that phone, so he's looking at the phone. So it's not like, oh, let's move the camera to the guy. Let's just put the phone there so you can see what he's looking at. So it kind of still connects to what he's doing. You could, just put text on the screen, but that's like a lot cooler. And then Indiana Jones has this camera lens. However, this could also kind of be diegetic because they did use a lot of diegetic, but it's just semantics, I suppose. But ultimately, with these 4 categories, you mix and match when you are developing a game depending on what you're trying to do, what kind of game you're trying to make, what are you trying to communicate to the player, and you want the player to just have the best, coolest experience for the game. And this is why now you are all UI experts. So I hope when you see a diegetic UI, be like, this is diegetic, actually, do you know? So I go a bit into working in different cultures. So like I got born and raised in Singapore. So I've always been a minority, even in Singapore, because Singapore is like majority Chinese population. And I'm an Indian person. My name is Helen. Don't ask me why my father called us all English names. I think it was to assimilate, but I'm like, an Indian Punjabi person. And even within the Indian population, it's mostly South Indian, so we were still minority of the minority. So for me, I'm very used to always not fitting in. I suppose it hasn't really been like you notice it sometimes when you are like in a meeting, you're like, oh yeah, okay. But I'm just kind of used to it, and I just go for things anyway, regardless, because I've always lived my life this way. But one thing I've noticed coming from Singapore, and then working in Finland at Ubisoft, and then in London, is like, there are certain traits that are different. The way people communicate is different. Sense of humor is different. Sometimes some jokes in some places, when you go somewhere, is like rude or directness as well. Like, I think I'm sometimes indirect, and then sometimes I'm too direct. Like, if someone sometimes asks me a question, and then I'm really comfortable with them, I might be like, huh? And then I realize that might come across as a bit rude. If I'm like, huh? But in Singapore, I guess we just say, huh? But it's not like, I didn't mean to come across as rude. And also the directness thing, for me, when I worked in Finland also, and then I noticed like, oh, okay, if they don't like it, they just say, I don't like it. I'm like, oh, okay. But it's actually just how they communicate. So I learned like, okay, I have to firstly, don't take things so personally. Give people, understand that people are different. They don't mean to personally offend you. Sometimes they're just gonna say things more directly or more bluntly or something like that. And then just be more observant. And then also just have kindness to other people. Like, just give people benefit of the doubt. Like, especially working in games, you will work from people from so many different countries, and people are going to say things, communicate things in a different way. And sometimes it might be, wow, he's so rude, wow, he's so blunt. And maybe sometimes it is. But it's about that, like, okay, let's just give them space, give them time, or like be kind, be open-minded to it, because a lot of working in games is like highly collaborative. You have to work with other teams like all the time, and like you have to be talking to people all the time, UX to UI to tech UI to coder to character environment, like everything always like kind of loops around. So collaborating with other people and being like nice to people, although it sounds so weird to say, it's really important. Actually, I can give you one more example. So like my friend Haley, she's from Hull, and I lived with her also. She was my housemate. So she would ask me like, oh, do you want to eat this place after work? And I would say, yeah, I don't mind. And I mean, actually, yes. Like, I mean, I don't mind, as in like, I don't want to give a forceful yes, but yeah, I don't mind. And she thought the whole time, I was like, yeah, I don't mind, but no. She thought I was being more like, yeah, well, yeah, I don't mind, like in a negative way. And it was only after like, I don't know how many months, and she asked me something, I was like, yeah, I don't mind. And she was like, do you know this whole time, I thought it was actually that you didn't want to go, like, or that you were like forcing yourself, so I didn't do, or we didn't go to the thing. I was like, what? I just meant it in like not a forceful yes, but a yes. So there are a lot of these kind of small, weird things that happen sometimes. And then communication, which is, I mean, piggyback on that, is something like I still work on. So growing up in Singapore is like, in the 80s, like you, in the classroom, you put your hand up like to say something. You don't just like, just shout things out. It's kind of disrespectful or rude to like, especially if there's someone who's like your teacher or something, it's seen as quite like rude to be like, oh, I think this, I think that. It's like, oh, who do you think you are, kind of thing. So then when I worked in Finland, in like Ubisoft, and then in meetings, I was just like, but nobody's gonna ask me anything. So I was just quiet a lot of the time, and I didn't even think to say anything that I should even say anything, because nobody asked my opinion. So I don't know, I don't have an opinion. And then I kept getting performance reviews that like, you need to speak up more, you need to share your opinion, we wanna know what you think, that's why we hired you as a designer. And I had to like unlearn that whole thing, like, okay, I do have an opinion. I have an opinion somewhere, like to like be really, I made this rule to myself that in every meeting, I will say one thing. And It was and also I'm an introvert. I know I'm standing here blabbering away, but I'm actually quite an introvert as well. So it's like this extra layer of like, oh my God, this is so hard. But yeah, I had to learn to slowly find my voice and like retrain my brain to like, yeah, like I have opinions, I can share them as well, and it's not rude to like jump into conversations and to also like sometimes even if my idea I think is stupid, is my idea stupid? Because I don't want to look stupid. Like, I'm new in this company, what if I say something that's like really silly, and they all laugh at me, and then they're gonna like think, oh my gosh, she doesn't know anything, and like this kind of thoughts in my head, and I had to like, no, it's okay to be like, okay, I have this idea, let me just throw it out there, and maybe they'll be like, technically impossible, and they're like, okay, cool, now I know. Like, at least you put it out there, you learn from it. And sometimes it happens, you throw an idea, and maybe they're like, but then someone's like, well, if we took that thing, we can actually also do that. And then you could build on that. So I think it's difficult, maybe it's just me thing, but just wanted to say it in case there's like other people who also like struggle with being an introvert and like saying things. Okay, job ads. Okay, so I'm talking more for visual portfolios. So doing your own projects is very important, not just your schoolwork, because it's gonna show your passion in like what you wanna do. And doing tutorials, it never ends. Like, it's not like after school it finishes, it never. How many software I have used that is long gone and dead? Like, it's constant, and the engines you use, they are updating all the time. There's just so many updates. So I am doing tutorials all the time as well. I'm doing like Unreal tutorials constantly. So keep learning, keep just taking online tutorials and then just doing projects. I mean, Unreal and Unity are free. So I think, for me, I personally think like working in games is a technical job, so the more you understand the engine, even if you're an artist, the more, it depends if you want to go like strictly concept artist, but when you understand the engine and how it works, it's gonna give you also that extra zhuzh in your CV. Just do some tutorials, just do it. Come on. And then I think also showing your process behind your work. So not just here's something, especially for design work, how you thought about it, how you went through, like here I did this, and then I learned that this, that, and then I did this thing and that thing, and then it helps us to see, oh, okay, this is how you process things, this is how your brain works. Because when we hire someone for design, we want to know how you're actually thinking, and not just like, here's an image. So showing your processes, like if you have sketches and then how you got to the final thing, just write just a little bit, just a short paragraph or something. It's really good for us to read that. And then for me, what I did also was, I looked for artists in like big studios. Like, I think when I was in Ubisoft, I was looking at Naughty Dog. There was a UI artist, I think, I know her surname is Neonakis, but I was looking at her portfolio and like just thinking, she was doing a lot of illustrations in her free time. I was like, oh yeah, she's like me. And just thinking like, oh, that's so cool. So looking at benchmarking to existing people in the industry, in studios that you really like, and trying to, this is a skill you will develop in time, but critical analysis of your work to see, okay, what am I missing? Is my colors off? Am I just not rendering this right? It will come with time. That whole thing will come, especially when you're working. But that might be something that would be also cool. And when you, like, the rejections will happen. I've been rejected so many times. So sometimes maybe ask for feedback, if it's possible. It kind of sucks, like what did I do wrong? I don't like it. I don't like to know like what did I do wrong. But it's kind of giving you like, hey, this was what we needed. And sometimes it's also like, maybe they were really looking for something completely different, and it really wasn't anything personal. So then you feel a little bit better, like, oh, okay, it actually wasn't me. But that might be also something that might give you some useful information. And you might not land like your super big job straight away. Like, I did not even think I will work in games or stand here talking to you. Absolutely not. I never thought about it at all. So if you can kind of ballpark it, like just kind of swing in the direction, just get something, gain that experience, because all the experience really matters, like especially in design, because you want to learn the design process, like how it goes from start to end product, and how the team works. Like how from a wireframe it goes to here, then it goes to here, and then the end product, and then, oh, happy user, or sad user. Ugh. So that whole process is still valuable, and it's the same. Even if like it's not in games, it's still kind of the same process. So it's still valuable. And then also in interviews, like some questions would be, what are your favorite games and why? And then if it's in that specific field that you're applying, which game has that you really like? Or which game, if you are like in audio or UI, which game has it that you are maybe not so happy with, and what would you fix? And what would you improve in a certain game? That's always a good one, like, because it shows, like, for me, when I ask about this UI question, it shows whether they actually were looking at UI in games or not. Like, are you actually interested in UI or not? Because if you were, you would be straight away like, oh, this game did that game did that, and then I know, like, okay, this one is definitely a UI head. And then, okay, follow your passion. And your passion might change over time. Like for me, like it might go here, it might go there. Follow what really gives you excitement, when you feel actually excited to open the software or to do the tutorial, what you want to do in your free time. Just keep working on it, keep doing those projects. And like sometimes like it can be intimidating when like I'm in a meeting room and I notice like, oh, I'm actually the only woman or something, and you're like, oh, okay. But you know, like all of us matter, like all of us, we all have different experiences, we all have lived differently, we all come from different places, and all of your experience, you all bring something valuable to the table. Like we are making like video games, so everything that everyone has is something cool and interesting. Like something that Meg will share is not going to be the same as what I will share. So it's all like, you all like belong in this industry, just want to put it out there, and your voice matters. And I had to you know, when Frodo, they were in the cave of Moria, and Frodo was like, I don't want this ring, I wish it never came to me. And Gandalf was like, this part really touched me, you know. He said, like, all we have to decide is what to do with the time that we have. Because our life, we think that, okay, I'm going to not to be too dark. Life is short. Just do what it is you want to do, follow whatever it is that you want to follow, work hard, and then, ta-da, you know, your path might not be straightforward, but there is a path, so just keep walking it. Thank you, it's finished. Thank you. Yeah, and then, yeah, thank you for listening. Now you are all certified UI people. I'll give you certification, I don't know. So yeah, that's my Blue Sky and LinkedIn. So if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, great. That was awesome. So if anyone's got any questions, I think we've got time for a couple. Yeah, in the middle. There you go.
So Suicide Squad wasn't very well received. Can you share? Can you share your experience, like working in the studio with a game that's not getting good reception?
I mean, you mean like when it was released or before it was released?
Both. I mean, like.
I mean, it's like, so usually when you work in games, usually you don't pick what project you work on. You work on the thing in the project, and whatever project is given, you just do your best in what it is. Of course you want the game to do well, because when you're working on it every day, you're thinking about that you want the player to have fun. That's the main thing why we work in games, because we want to make fun. We want to make the players have fun. So when it's like, you work so many years on something, and it's like, of course, it was like really, really like heartbreaking. Like, but then you can kind of understand as well, but it is also heartbreaking. So it was for me a lesson that I learned to try not to be too emotionally involved in what I'm doing. Like, I know it's a job at the end of the day,
I show up, I do the best I can, I try the best I can, but there's things I can't control. And then I just like, yeah, it was quite a big lesson for me. And of course I was almost thinking like, like getting a bit burned out, and like when you almost get like a slap in the face, that like, why would I even do this as a job, right? When you don't get, not only you don't get well received, but you get like hate. It's like, it kind of sucks. But then I guess I'm a bit like rebellious, so I also like, whatever, I'm still going to do what I want to do because it's my life, and I'm still going to follow my own thing that I like to do. And I've been playing games for such a long time, and he's given me so much in my own life, so much happy memories, like playing overnight with my cousin in the whole secondary school. Like my sisters were out clubbing. They would leave, they come back from the club, we are still playing like Cool Borders 3, like non-stop the whole night. So those are like such good memories for me, and I think I wouldn't have become a designer if not for games, because with games it's all like analytical skills, and you're thinking how to beat the design, right? So in the big picture, I think in the big picture that for me this is what games has given to me, so I'm gonna just keep working in that industry, come what may. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, got another question?
Hi, I'm a sound designer.
Yeah.
And you said it's really good to be able to work in Engine because then you can get it exactly how you envision it. But I was wondering if you also have like a really strong idea of how it's going to sound as well.
Yes.
And if you like kind of like almost like give it like a really specific brief to sound designers.
So usually with UI people, when you talk to them, when they show you the animation, they will make the sound effects at the same time. I don't know why, it's all whooshing, and then whoosh, but of course, the sound designer knows best, because that's why they are there, they are the experts. So usually when I work with UI in the sound, then I go to the booth, to their audio room, and I'm like, okay, then this, and and then they're like, okay, you can go now.
I think we also do that as sound designers.
Yeah, ours is more, I think, layman version. But just to give the feeling, we just try to give, what's the feeling we're trying to give when the thing, and then it's up to them.
One more? Okay. You can fight it out between the two of you. There you go.
Thank you so much. We'll squeeze them both in. It's kind of quick. I wanted to know, do you feel that you are like working within the parameters that hardware and software set, or do you feel that you mold your ideas around hardware and software? Like, does it restrict you? How much does it restrict you? And like, what compromises have you made, and what innovations have you made? And then a kind of bolt onto that is like, what does the future feel like? Because hardware and software is in a really interesting space.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a little insight on those bits.
Yeah. So with the game itself, is always the engine. What engine is being built on, and what tools the engine have for UI, or do they need the tools to be built by the engine team? And then there's the other side where you're concepting the UI itself. So when we go in the UX and the UI side, then we can do whatever we want to do. Like I can use Photoshop, After Effects. Then I think Rive is popular also for mockups, and then or Figma. Then I do whatever it is that I want to do, because that's my area. But once it goes in the engine, then you have the technical constraints of the engine. So usually, for example, with like diegetic stuff that is like in-game things, that one has a lot of dependencies on other teams, like animation, the modeling asset, the lighting, the environment. So with that one, when you have a concept or an idea, so the flow usually goes like, I have an idea for a skill tree, I want it to be like this happens. Then you go to the team or the design, and you're like, the design team or the rest of the team, and you're like, this is my idea, what I want to do, or the art director. And then it's a team discussion. And then the creative director also obviously chimes in. It's like, is this the direction we want to go for? Then maybe you prototype it, and you see how it works in the engine. And then from there you push things, okay, we can't do that. That one, we will need something, we don't have the time for that. And then you have to compromise stuff. So it starts with what you're trying to do, and then it goes to discussions, prototyping in the engine, and then you see the give and take over there. Does that explain? Okay, great.
One more question.
Yeah?
What's one piece of advice that you would give someone
Yeah?
who has no experience as a UI artist
Yeah?
and wants to break into the industry?
Okay.
Portfolio advice, maybe?
Yeah,
That'd be
yeah,
really
yeah.
cool.
So what I see, which is very cool, is that people who, let's say, if do you like have graphic design background, Photoshop and stuff. So one cool thing I've seen is for people who obviously you have not worked in games, you don't have game UI portfolio. Take a game that you really like, and then just because the games that exist, they have already a design. Take the design out and make your own version of it, because that's what you are doing in the actual job. Designers are going to come to you with like, we want an inventory system. It needs to have these categories. You want to be able to preview it in 3D and then go back, and that's the feature, and then you got to design it. Yeah. So you can take what is there in the game, or things that, which is tricky, like if you take stuff that's like, I don't like it, so I'm going to make it better. That one is a bit, I would say, just take something that you make your own variation of it, and then write your reasoning behind it. I've seen that for portfolios, and it is quite impressive.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Big round of applause for Helen Kaur. Okay, so we'll just take a couple of minutes. We'll get set up for our final talk of today. And yeah, if you want a quick toilet break or a drink of water, now's the time to do it. All right? You good? Okay, welcome back. I hope you're hydrated and ready for our final talk of the Diverse Games Festival. So I am overjoyed, ecstatic, excited to present our amazing next speaker. She's a senior character artist at Infinity Ward, where she's worked on Call of Duty. Has anyone heard of that one? A few of you, yeah. Earlier in her career, she worked as a character artist at Respawn Entertainment, contributing to Star Wars? Yeah. Yes, the little title called Star Wars, yeah. Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, awesome games for both of them. Also create character art for Gears of War 4 and 5, so if you've done a little bit of stalking ArtStation, you might got a preview, some incredible artwork. So here to talk about creating characters, creating a career, and her journey in the games industry. She'll be sharing her path to senior character artist, from overcoming cultural expectations, career uncertainty, to working on some of those amazing titles like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and Call of Duty, offering some really honest insights and guidance for finding your way in games. Please welcome Shefali Rattan.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Shefali Rattan, and I'm a senior character artist. It's still new. Working at Infinity Ward, working on Star Wars, I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. This is my second talk, so I work at Infinity Ward. I work on Call of Duty. I work at Respawn Entertainment. I've worked on Star Wars and the Coalition Gears of War. Being that this festival is about diversity, I thought I would not only talk about the journey of breaking into the game industry, but touch on some of the experiences specifically as a female Indian American from a traditional Indian home. My parents immigrated from India, and I was born in the US, which would make me first gen. So there's a lot of high highs and extreme low lows, and as most of us here have an interest in working in games and maybe even come from a diverse background, my hope is that hearing my story will help give you some insight into what that path may look like and hopefully help you on your way. Because while it's not easy, if this is what you want to do, it's definitely worth it. All right. Oh, clicker. So this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about me. We're going to talk about breaking into the industry, what a character artist does, and the main point of today, diversity. All right. So let's do a brief background. I grew up in Illinois. How many people know what Illinois is? Okay, good. Thank God. So now I'm nowhere near Chicago. I am like middle of the cornfields, very rural. So ever since I was young, I always had an extreme passion for art. My older brother introduced me to video games. Basically, I was player 2. I was Tails to Sonic, Luigi to his Mario. I was the training dummy in any fighting game. So my brother introduced me to games, and I was hooked. I was hooked by the gameplay, the art, the character, and the world. We played consistently, and I can recall thinking how cool it would be to work on a video game for a living. However, my parents are Indian immigrants, and I grew up in a very strict traditional Indian household with high expectations. So being the eldest daughter, I had a lot of responsibility pushed upon me, even though I wasn't ready for it. So that would be like doing the dishes, doing the laundry, cleaning the house, while I get to see my brother play on his phone on the couch. And that was like the gender dynamics of our household. So they expected me to become a doctor or an engineer. So when I expressed an interest in art, let's just say my dad wasn't too happy. Oh, sorry. All right, well, growing up in a home that was challenging, I ran away a couple of times, guys. I came to realize that if I wanted to pursue a career in art, I had to do it without their blessing. So despite their push for me not to, I took out a high-interest loan and enrolled in art school. All right. So I went to the Academy of Art University in San Francisco. I left home, I took $100K in loans, I sufficiently financially fucked myself, and since I have no money nor financial support, I constantly had to find workarounds. I ended up becoming an RA, which is a resident assistant, for free room and board, and I waitressed on the side. And while I would have loved to have the never-ending trust fund, these workarounds are such a big part of the journey. Sure, I wasn't ecstatic to be the lame kid who had to confront people for bringing alcohol into the dorms, but later I realized that helped me get better at having challenging conversations with people. If I hadn't taken the RA position, I would never have grown that skill. Wait, my bad. Let's not forget 100K in debt. Unfortunately, I am still paying it off, but I wouldn't change it for anything. So, after graduating uni with my senior portfolio and degree, it was time to start applying. So, for a strong portfolio, you would need a deep understanding of the fundamental principles of art and its essentials. Mastery in such as shading, perspective, anatomy lays out the groundwork for more advanced skills. Studying anatomy and proportions enables artists to create more realistic characters and environments. Understanding how form interact with one another improves overall artistic accuracy. Art is continuously evolving. Thus, artists should embrace lifelong learning, staying up to date on new techniques and tools and trends. You can Google. And you can significantly enhance an artist's marketability. So it took about 6 months. I encountered so many rejections and learned the resilience in the face of disappointment. My favorite slide, rejection letters. So here are a few of my rejection letters. I could not fit them all on a slide because we would be here all day. So I'll read one off, and it's, "Hello, Shefali. Thank you for sending your information and for expressing an interest in Bungie. After speaking with the team, we have unfortunately decided to move with another candidate for this position. Wish you the best of luck. Thanks, Claire." Ooh. And then we have my next slide of rejection letters. So on this slide, we have a rejection letter actually from Activision, and that's where I work now. Let's see what he has to say. "Hi, Shefali. Thank you for your email. I had a chat with our art director, and at this time, we will not be proceeding with your candidacy. We really like your work, but unfortunately, your style does not fit our future needs for realism. Let's stay in touch, and good luck in your future. I work there." All right, so breaking into the industry. Finally, after about a year's worth of rejection letters, I landed my first game industry position at a small boutique company in Seattle called Electric Geisha. Okay, so I landed my first job. I'm feeling great. I did it. I was so excited, I made a decision to move to Seattle, which sparked intense conflict that led to many yelling matches with my father. I will be honest, it was mostly me yelling. I felt desperate to establish independence and pursue art as a career. So I got in a huge fight with my dad about moving that far away and not having a stable job. Being used to this, I didn't let any of his negativity stop me. I said, "Dad, you don't know what you're talking about. Regardless of how you feel about it, I'm going." So I did. I moved to Seattle, and I had to make a point to establish my independence and pursue the career I chose to follow, which, even after fighting him for so many years, having to do that while he kept warning me it wasn't going to work out and that I could lose my job at any moment, was very hard. So I moved to Seattle, and where I worked on clothing, shoes, and zombies. Well, 2 zombies. Three months later, I get laid off. And I haven't told my parents about this till this day, and I don't intend to. So if you see this, Mom and Dad, Sorry. Well, not sorry, but. All right, I got laid off, right? So now I need rent money. I had to get a job working at the front desk of a hotel, and there's no shame in that. But feeling like I had finally broken into the game industry, having to take a non-industry related job, it felt like a massive blow. I felt very low at this point, but you gotta pay rent. So I'm working at the hotel, I'm streaming on Twitch, sculpting in ZBrush, I'm applying again to many studios. Finally, I applied to the coalition, and after 3 interviews, I got the job. And guess what my lead told me? It wasn't my portfolio that set me apart from the other candidates. It was the fact that I worked at the front desk that was the major reason they hired me, due to my ability to talk to people. So I applied to become an outsourcing manager. And what that is I would give back feedback to our outsourcing studios and integrate all the assets into the game. So here we are. What I want the takeaway from this to be is life will surprise you. It's not a bug, not a feature, it's not failure. Oh, it's a feature. It's not a failure, it's a side quest. And as long as you stay in the game and keep moving forward, all the experiences you have along the way can end up in being why you have some sort of edge that sets you apart from everyone, even when you don't realize it. I would like to mention a little motto my roomie would tell me in Seattle to get me out of the apartment to go network. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. That is literally what I'm doing right now. So, the role of a character artist. I will show you a few examples of characters that I made over the years because that's what draws us to this career, right? It's art. So these are the skins that I've worked on for Modern Warfare 2. We got Kevin Durant and Messi. I guess they're like big deals in the sports world. We got Santa. Everyone's got to know that, right? And I got to name this guy Blunt Fingers. Yeah, and then there's many more. So Jaro, I got to work on him on Jedi Fallen Order. And that's the reference they gave me, this little cute animated dude. And I had to fit the style of the game, and this is what came out. Here are more from that game. The Bogling, the Flame Beetle, and then just an NPC character. So the Bogling is also one of my favorites because me and my best friend got to work together on it. She was the concept artist. Remember when I was talking about those high highs and low lows? This is one of the high highs. I got to create a creature in Star Wars IP with my best friend, and now they're making comics with the Bogling in it. So, this one's from Survivor. I did leave throughout the, when did I leave? I left halfway through the project. This is a reminder, save your work, because you never know when you're gonna leave or get laid off. So here's some screen caps from the game. Next slide is when I worked at the Coalition. I worked on hair. So I did feedback, and then I was like trying to scoot my way into character art. And we just got NPC hair. And then when we started working on, oh wait, we still got some Killer Mike, more hair work when I freelanced for Dan Rorty. But this is Gears of War 5. This is when I became a character artist. Another high was seeing Kate cut out in Target right in front of the Oreos. I don't know why Oreos, but I walked up to the cutout and I could see the hair texture that I had created on Kate, and it was so bizarre but surreal. Okay. So, role of character artist. I'll give you a brief overview of the list of skills you'll learn at some point or another, and don't let this overwhelm you. These are skills you'll learn throughout your career. You don't need to know all of them, every single one of them on the first day. When I was working at Gears of War as an outsourcing manager trying to scoot into character position, I noticed the team wasn't thrilled about making game hair. So I sat with my lead and I learned how to make hair. And with that, I took it, I ran with it, and I flourished. It can be hard getting big responsibilities as a newbie, so I figured out the thing that no one wanted to do and do that, make it your own. I don't know, it worked for me. So we got sculpting and modeling, block mesh creation, and that's proxy meshes, but they have many names for that. Sculpting, we got scan cleanup, topo grooming, which is basically beards, or the space squirrel from earlier. We got high and low topology. Oh, I skipped topology design for clean deformation. That's a big one. And then we got garment creation. So who knows how to do the first 7? Oh, good. Okay, good. Now, a huge part of becoming a character artist is collaboration. Being able to effectively communicate with your team and outsourcing studios is an important aspect that comes into play on a daily basis. And if you're unable to give feedback and have disagreements or treat your coworkers with respect, you're screwed. It may sound like a simple concept, but you'd be surprised how often people can't manage this. And then we got polish and integration. I've noticed every studio does it slightly different. You'll be playing with the Fresnel, which is like the fuzzies off your sweater, and maybe glitter eyeshadows on a cinematic character with a close-up shot. And of course, optimization, because how else will the game run smoothly? Okay. So, let's take a step back to the main topic of the festival, diversity and representation. Why is it important? I guess I'll start with how the lack of representation and diversity affected me growing up in Illinois. So I grew up in Illinois, not Chicago, cornfields, remember this. The town I grew up in, I Googled it, it's 80% white to this day. So looking back, I can definitely admit to struggling with my identity as basically the only brown girl, other than my sister, in the area. I wore blue eye contacts and I started bleaching my skin with those papaya enzyme soap because I really wanted to fit in. I dyed my hair lighter brown, but I am Indian through and through. I remember running up to my dad and telling him I didn't like my name because everyone would make fun of me. I cried saying, "Why didn't you name me Ashley? Ashley's a nice name, right?" So my relationship with my heritage wasn't great because I felt very isolated, and honestly, it was the cause for a lot of bullying early on. It pushed me to drop out of high school. I got my GED right after, but all the jokes and teasing was a challenge for me to be proud of my Indian background. In media, we're portrayed by characters like Apu. He was a very stereotypical character who was voiced by a white guy, by the way. My relationship with him was kids taking his tropey characteristics and doing impressions of him, often while making fun of me, so that wasn't great. Now in my adult years, I feel like not only has there been a positive shift to more accurate representation, there's times where I've even been lucky enough to have my voice heard in developing these characters. While at the Coalition, I worked on Gears 5, and we made a character with Indian-adjacent leanings. Now we're seeing more roles portraying Indian characters beyond the gas station clerk and tech nerds. We have Raul playing complex, sexy, sarcastic, heroic roles like Sheriff Hassan in Midnight Mass. He's rocking that denim jacket, right? So, then during my time at Respawn, the Apex team that was housed in the studio across from us in the parking lot, They were developing a new Indian character, Rampart, and they invited me over wanting to know my opinion of their concepts. Was the clothing accurate? Did I have any thoughts or ways to improve choices they made? It was very surreal, going from wanting to hide my identity and to embracing it. I went home and brought all my lingas, all my sari, all the jewelries to the team for them to get more inspiration. Also, this is the first time I got to cosplay someone, and I don't know how to describe it, but it just felt like a second skin, like it felt right. And I was just so ecstatic, and I just took so many photos and sent it to all my family and relatives. They're like, you're crazy. So, this is my new obsession, guys. Not related to games, but in the vein of representation, other artists like Humankind continually reconstructs how underrepresented cultures are received in America. In his song Big Dogs, he shows the classic Indian carnival attraction like the Well of Death and flips these stereotypes from something used against us to a new, exciting, badass aesthetic while still being true to the culture. Now, in his latest music video, Run It Up, there are 8 Indian fighting styles that I had never seen or heard of. All of these add life, color, and new perspective to projects that otherwise would lose out on the depth of culture influence can bring. Now, instead of making me feel embarrassed and isolated due to the lack of improper representation, we're excited and proud to be connected to it. All right, you guys, I love this music video, and it always hypes me up.
Now bring out the drums in this bitch, and my homies got me doing shit that they said wouldn't work. Bring out the guns in this bitch, and load up a clip, I'm gonna shoot up the place with them car. I see the bumps that we wishing we had in the ditch, and the pain that see them and hurt. I see the love that we give and the love that we give, and sure everything come up full circle. We're from nothing to something, got all of a jump in the shit that we make from the air.
Okay. I would play it longer if I could, but now don't get me wrong, I think this is cool, but I'm not saying that this here is the shining example of Indian culture. What I'm trying to say that it's important that our voices are heard and not muffled by a poo. If you're curious why I brought up the 8 fighting styles, I brought it up because you can make these into Jedi fighting styles. I remember I YouTubed one of the Jedis and they used a lightsaber as a helicopter to fly. Kind of thought it was ridiculous, but I feel like if they had looked more into the other fighting styles, I could see some badass happening. So remember when I said continuing education? This is the one of the rare times I do practice what I preach. I do think it's important to keep honing your skills, but also when your art becomes your work, these classes and side projects can help you keep your passion of your craft alive and reduce burnout. So this is on my desk. Whenever I'm not on the computer, I sculpt. I have monster clay, I have Chavant, I have millions of tools that I didn't need, but I felt like I needed, and I got a 3D printer. Here's another side project of my nephew. It was gonna be his first Christmas, so I 3D scanned him, cleaned him up in ZBrush, printed him, and then went to Michael's craft store and bought all the glitter. It is one of my favorite presents that I got to make. And here are more of my personal projects and sculpts, because I did learn that when you're working professionally for someone else, it gets a little hard, and sometimes you burn out and you lose passion, but I find it through making my own art. So, and here are some portraits that I've sculpted over the years, once I found out about facial action coding system, which is basically the expressions. And I watched the TV show Lie to Us. Do you guys know what Lie to Us is? Tim Roth? Okay, so it's this guy that can, read body language, but facial language. And it's like a detective show, and everyone is always content because there's always a little smirk. I don't know, I thought it was cool, I loved it, so I started studying expressions. But Thank you. Oh yeah, I just wanted to add that this is my dog and I love her.
Thank you, that was brilliant. I know Shefali was very nervous, but you guys think she did a great job? Yeah.
Really? Thanks.
So we've got time for a few questions if anyone has any. I know this is School of Digital Art. You know, in particular, this floor we do a lot of games art stuff. So I was really keen for you to come and meet some of the students, which you did last night.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you've got any questions, it'd be a great time. Yeah.
Hiya, the talk was amazing. It was very inspirational, so thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you about a character artist's graduate portfolio.
Mhm.
So I was thinking after last night, I was like, oh, you know, I need to get it sorted. So what do you look for? Is it good to have a sci-fi character, a fantasy character, a demon, a creature, or do
Like
you
a-
think it should be more niche or
Oh,
more
are you-
broad? Can we mix realism and stylized things, or should we just focus on one, which is realism, or the other?
So this one's interesting. I remember graduating college and seeing other kids, other students' portfolios, and you could tell the ones that were obsessed with Riot and Blizzard, where they just wanted those hand-stylized paintings, textures. They're not. It's really hard if they come into the interview at Infinity Ward and they're like, "Hey, I want to make realistic characters, but here is my hand-painted textures." So whenever you do go interview, it's nice to have a tailored portfolio to their style. Because one of the rejection letters, they were like, "Oh, you're not realistic enough. Come try again." It was because I had done an ArenaNet test, and you know they're like very stylized. I feel like that's why they rejected me. And then I later came back with better anatomy and work.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Penny. I'm a first-year games art student here, and I just wanted to question, like, because you applied for some big companies, like straight off the bat.
Yeah.
Did you go onto like their website? Did you meet them at like events? I just wanted to know how you get into contacting them, like not to like go on website. Hello.
So I understand what you're saying. Remember when I said get comfortable being uncomfortable? You gotta go network. When I was in school, it was my last year, and I somehow managed to get a ticket to GDC. I met with my future boss, and he had looked at my portfolio. And then when I applied for the coalition, he didn't realize that it was me, and we saw each other at the interview, and we were like, oh! So that was really nice. When I heard about the job at the coalition, I was at another networking mixer, and this one guy came up and mentioned the job posting, and that's how I applied. So like networking is such a big thing. I highly recommend it, and I see that you guys are here today, so you guys are doing great. Sorry, did I answer your question?
Yeah, I have another one if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah.
If they like don't have a job posted for a specific thing you're looking for, so for example, if you're applying to a company and you want to be any kind of artist, character, prop, environment, whatever, but they don't have a listing, is it still worth to contact them? Like, just say hello. Like, do you have any availabilities maybe in the future?
You could. I see no harm in that, but it's definitely easier to find a posting because they have like the reference number and such to link your resume to. But yeah, there are general applications on some of the studio's websites that you could apply to.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Yeah, at the front.
Yeah, so I'm Leon, so I work here as like a 3D technician. I'm just wondering, So you talked about garments, like garment development, like clothing, stuff like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
So is that just from scratch, or do you
No.
use Marvelous Designer or anything
Definitely
like
Marvelous Designer. I
Okay.
know ZBrush has like a clothing tool now. Obviously I don't know much about it. I got to go learn, but I do use Marvelous Designer.
that? Cool.
It's so nice. I love being the digital seamstress.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. Yeah, no, that's good to know. Cheers for that.
Yeah, anyone else?
Hi, I'm Sasha, a second-year game art student. I was wondering what was any advice you would give to students trying to learn anatomy for
Ooh.
character creation?
Oh, good. I have the biggest collection of anatomy books at home. I have stickers of anatomy on my desk to remind myself how the shoulder blade works. I surround myself around medical anatomy things. I do recommend Scott Eaton's online class. I took that actually while I was in college because I was told that my anatomy just wasn't there. So I pushed myself and did Scott Eaton's portfolio or workshop, and it definitely boosted my anatomy, great deal of improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Nigel?
Hi, I'm Martin. I work in technical digital media and virtual production. Your skill set seems to be putting you on a collision course in the future with film and TV, VFX. Are you open to that, or are you staying in games?
Oh man, I never really thought of that. I'm just winging it, dude.
Good.
Yeah, anyone else?
We got one here.
Yeah.
You said you were really into art when you were younger. Have you always been into sculpting, with clay and stuff, or was it with drawing mostly where it started?
Oh no, I drew little anime characters in middle school. I made little comics of me and my friends as anime characters, and that's how it started. They really loved it, and I continued, and then I found deviant art, and then fan art, and then it progressed. I was really into Final Fantasy. I made so much of that. So, yeah.
When did you get into sculpting?
Oh, when did I get into sculpting? It was college, actually. I wanted to be an industrial designer to kind of make my dad happy, because maybe there was going to be money in that. But I had met a student who showed me his homework, and he was like, yeah, you could make video games. And I was like, that's what I want. So I went down that path.
Great. Was there someone at the front?
Hi, I was curious what your approach is to using reference material and kind of when it enters your process, whether it's continual or it's something you do intensely at the start.
Reference for Star Wars or Call of Duty?
Just any character, at any point, what inputs are you getting from any other kind of positions that aren't from kind of a Bible? Are you taking photographs or anything like that?
It depends on the character, to be honest. I've been given an NPC character with no concept, and they're like, go little bird, go. And there are times when I am being micromanaged. So it depends on the character, depends on if we have concept artists available. It deals with production time as well.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, well, great. Well, a big round of applause for Shafali
Yay!
Martin.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the close of our inaugural Diverse Games Festival. We've heard a diverse range of talks from a diverse range of speakers and learned so much. The importance of reference, that our diverse stories and histories can only enrich the future of our medium, and as allies to get comfortable with being uncomfortable when trying to engage with diverse representation. So our aim with this festival was to create a new kind of space that was not only open for minorities to discuss challenges, but also just to exist in their excellence. Hopefully it's been informative, inspiring, and inclusive to people of all backgrounds, everyone in this room. So I want to thank a few people just before we kind of wrap up. Our technicians at the back. There you go, big round of applause. So they set up this beautiful stage, this really nice kind of open space, and live stream this event for the first time, which I don't think they've really done before. Inclusion was a really important part of this festival, so that was something that was really appreciated. Our volunteers, Isa, Rohan, and Sasha, there you go, right at the back. They've helped run things. And Alessandra, I don't think she's here, but she helped me a lot with setting up the exhibition. I hope you guys enjoyed that. If you haven't seen it, you can check it out on the way down as well. Also, the Davika Theatre Company for what was called An Inspiring Amuse-Bouche by Kenny. I don't know, Kenny, there you go. That's your quote for today. And I'd like to really give a big thank you to our sponsors. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. So do the School of Digital Arts. People talk a big game about diversity, and sometimes it takes people to kind of put their money where their mouth is. So it wouldn't be possible without them. And Pock in Play as well, Adam and the rest of the team who are here. If you've not met them, please make sure that you say hello before you go. I know they've kind of entertained this wild idea of mine and had my back, so I appreciate that. And also to all of you brilliant attendees, this is like a new event, you don't know who I am, I don't know who all of you are, so I appreciate that kind of a bravery on your part, and more so that you've engaged with all the speakers, all the talks with openness and curiosity, when you could be probably enjoying the very rare Mancunian sunshine for most of the time. And finally, I'd like to invite our wonderful speakers up on stage to say thank you for sharing all their knowledge and experience. So Shefali, yeah, you'll have to come back up, sorry. Stuart's over there. Kenny. Magna. Helen. Darshana. Harvey. And Zai. Where's Zai? There you go. Awesome. There you go. We'll get one photo before we go. Thank you, folks. Awesome. Brilliant. So just before we wrap it up...
And thanks to Satish.
Oh, yes. No, really. So just before we get our coats and enjoy a beer on the weekend, if you did enjoy this, the organization, the speakers, the topics, feel free to reply to that diverse email account that sent you tickets. I'd like to do it again. If you'd like to do it again, you like this kind of format and all that kind of stuff, send a quick message, a paragraph or a tweet, whatever, and I'll share with the people, the money people, and see what they say. So what I'd say is please take the knowledge that you've learned today, become a better ally in representing yourself, your friends, your family, and your communities, because every day, all of us, whether we're developers, students, gamers, we're all changed by what we see, just as we are changed when we are seen. All right, thank you, everyone, and have a great weekend. Cheers.